Hi, Angel.
Hi, Councilman Liang. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Thank you.
Excellent. We can see you.
Angel, I'm doing a volume test. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Mayor.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to see if I can get everyone's attention. No, I'm not very successful at that. I'm going to try again. With authority. Okay.
Recording in progress.
Recording in progress. Good evening, Los Altos. Welcome to the City Council meeting of Tuesday, February 28th. It is the last day of February. So, anyway, we're going to, I've just called the meeting to order. City Clerk, would you establish quorum, please?
Yes, Mayor. Members of the council, if you are present, please indicate so by answering in the affirmative. Councilmember Lee Ang.
Here.
Thank you. Councilmember Daly.
Here.
Thank you. Councilmember Flyer.
Here.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Weinberg.
Here.
Thank you. And Mayor Meadows.
Here.
Thank you. Mayor, you do have a quorum. Everyone's present.
All right, thank you very much. So we have a special treat tonight. We have the troop, some of the members of Troop 60078, if I've got that right, here to do the flag ceremony for us. So they will come on in and they will instruct us when to do the pledge. Go ahead, ladies.
Please stand for the presentation of
Okay, ladies, thank you for that. I've got some mementos here for you if you would like to stand up here with me. So I will let you, I think we need, oh no, we're right. Each take a button, pass along the Ziploc. It's a badge showing that you've led us in the pledge tonight and the flag ceremony. And yeah, be careful with those. And I have certificates of appreciation for each of you. So, Sarah. Oh, these are sticking together too. Everything is sticking together. Sarah. Aaliyah. Thank you. Elodie. Thank you, Elodie. I feel like you've I've done this online a number of times, so great. Thank you so much. Stella? Whoops. There, you're that one. Adithi? Is that, how do you say your name?
Aditi.
Oh, I got it. And Dia? Is that how I say it? Good. Thank you, ladies. Did your parents get the, thank you for the bag. Did your parents get the photo op? Do you want? Not with, okay.
It's okay, we'll do one with just them, and then maybe we'll get somebody to do with us all.
Make my way back up. There you go.
So thank you for that. So for those of you who just came for the pledge, if you want to, you're welcome to stay for the whole meeting. That way you probably get to stay up past your bedtime. So that's one way to do it. But if you don't want to stay, you're also welcome to leave at any point. So thank you. We appreciate it. Okay.
No one ever stays.
No. All right, so I'll slowly move forward while the room is being cleared. Reporting on closed session. We didn't have a closed session this evening, so that's a nice brief report. Nothing to read out. The next item is to see if my colleagues have any changes to the order of the agenda. I'm not seeing any changes, no hands. Okay. So we will end that item and move forward to public comments on items not on the agenda. I'm sorting through. So City Clerk, I seem to have two here in the chamber for public comments on items not on the agenda. Let me just alert the audience. Thank you. Let me just alert the audience that if you want to speak tonight, either on items not on the agenda, which is what we're going to cover now, and this is the only time, or any of the later items that are on the agenda, please fill out a speaker card, and you can give it to them at the desk, and we'll call you during that item. But right now, I'm just showing two speakers here in chambers for items not on the agenda. BB, you're first, and after BB will be Kim Mosley.
And I have one speaker online that has their hands raised this time.
All right, so I'm going to give 3 minutes, I think, but I'm not, is this mic on? Because I'm not sure that it is. Okay, so make sure you get close enough. Okay.
Council members, I'm here to bring your attention.
Mayor, we lost audio. I'm not sure if BB's still speaking.
She is speaking, but it's not very loud. Maybe
There's
she
no red
can.
light. It looks like it's on.
Yeah, Mr. Madge is going to check. Oh, it says, sorry, that was me. Too many buttons to press. Okay, go ahead, BB.
Okay. I'm here to bring your attention to Resolution 2022-59 regarding 5150 El Camino Rail Project. I am the owner of 745 Distal Drive, Los Altos. In the resolution, my property, 745 Digital Drive, Los Altos, was approved for Prometheus, the 5150 El Camino Rail project developer, to use as a Prometheus staging and a parking site. I have never been notified nor approved such use. It appears that the resolution assumed either. I stop right here.
So, yeah, this is Kay.
So are you two sharing the 3 minutes? You don't
Yes,
want
we
3
are.
minutes each? Okay, so go ahead and
together.
yes.
And it's just a bottom line where it appears that resolution, they're adjoining properties where approval was given to one to use the other one for staging and parking where approval was not given by the owner, BB. And so a couple things, we need to know the steps to get the resolution modified to remove that approval, because we don't know that. And then a curious question, if it's legal, if BB has the rights to tow any trucks or cars or anything that shows up on her property that is unauthorized by Prometheus, even though the resolution approved it. So that's where we're at, and we wanted to bring it to your attention.
Mayor, I'll comment. Yeah.
Oh,
So at
city
this portion,
attorney,
yeah,
yes.
this portion of the public hearing, we can't have a discussion. So what we will do is we will look into that, and staff or someone will get back to you about that. But we can't discuss it.
That's
tonight.
wonderful. Yeah, I understood you
We
couldn't say
knew that,
anything.
yeah. But we want to bring this item up.
Right. Thank you for
That's it.
coming forward. And just in case the rest of the audience didn't follow that, when something's not on the agenda, we can listen, but we can't act. And so then we will follow up later. So thank you very much. So the next speaker in the chambers is Kim Mosley.
Thank you, Mayor Meadows. May I have permission to bring copies of the publication to council or to give them to the city manager?
What, can you do it after you
Yes.
talk? Yes,
Yes.
yes, please.
So I
Thank you.
just wanted to take a moment to share with you some of the work of Los Altos Chamber of Commerce. I have 2 copies of the Silicon Valley Magazine here. One is from the September issue of 2022, and the other was just from the February issue of 2023, highlighting Los Altos and our community. And I wanted to make sure that you were all aware of the way our community had been promoted in this publication. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mosley. And in case you had anything to do with that, thank you very much. All right. So that is all the speakers in chamber. City Clerk? What
We have one on Zoom, and her name is Roberta Phillips.
All right.
And she is my only person with her hands raised.
All righty.
Roberta, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. I just had to unmute. So I don't know if this is the right time. I think it is. So on the consent calendar, item number 3 on the Los Altos open government policy.
No,
I would
that's, I'm sorry, Ms. Phillips, we'll get to consent and then you can speak then, okay?
Okay, because I'd like that item pulled from consent to the discussion.
Okay, we'll come back to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Then that concludes our members with their hands raised to speak on items not on the agenda, Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much. I have different buttons today, so if I look like I'm poking a bunch of things, that is because I am doing that. So we have 2 special items tonight. I'll walk you through. Each of them will be a little bit differently. The first item is to recognize we have a proclamation for March as Youth Arts Month. And City Clerk, before I open the item, do you have Sophia Foyas? Looks like you do. All right, good. So I'll come to you in a minute, Miss Foyas, and you can correct me when you introduce yourself. But let me just start a little bit of this proclamation, and then I will hand it over to Ms. Foyas to tell us a little bit about it. So, whereas Youth Arts Month is an annual celebration supported through the Council for Art Education to emphasize the value of art education for all children and to encourage support for excellent school art programs. Whereas Santa Clara County Board of Education, along with the City of Los Altos, is committed to supporting the arts to inspire and prepare students for success in the 21st century and allowing them to develop as productive, contributing members of a strong community. And I'm not going to read the complete presentation because we're going to give some time to Ms. Foyas to read it. And so I will say that I, Sally Meadows, Mayor of the City of Los Altos, on behalf of the entire City Council and the people of Los Altos, do hereby proclaim the month of March to be Youth Arts Month. And so with that, Ms. Foyas, we're going to give you 3 minutes. City Clerk is going to let us know when the timing is up. But if you would introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about Youth Arts Month.
Dear members of Los Altos City Council and Mayor Meadows, thank you for your support for arts education in our schools. By way of introduction, my name is Sofia Fojas. I am the Arts Coordinator for the Santa Clara County Office of Education. I lead Artspiration, the arts initiative of the Santa Clara County Office of Education that began in 2007. In my role, I support districts around the implementation of a comprehensive arts education, co-manage the Arts Ed Connect grant to teachers with SV Creates, and also co-present the Marian Silker for Arts and Education Conference with San Jose State. Thank you for your support for arts education for students in our schools by recognizing March as Youth Arts Month. This recognition began in 1961 when the arts were a much more robust part of every child's curriculum in school. It was led by the National Art Education Association, and it has since been adopted across the United States in various iterations. Music in Our Schools Month by the National Association for Music Educators, and in other places, Arts Education Month. Now, in 2013, we know through research the power of arts through creative self-expression, instilling a sense of belonging and membership, as well as the positive effects arts participation has in schools with increased attendance, higher achievement, greater confidence, and believe it or not, higher civic engagement. We need what the arts bring now more than ever for each and every child and each and every educator in our schools: joy, creativity, and connection. On behalf of the Santa Clara County Office of Education, and as a child myself who learned the violin in San Jose schools and went on to teach music in San Jose public schools, thank you for recognizing March as Youth Arts Month in Santa Clara County.
Thank you, Ms. Fojas. And I'm a quick study. I think I got your name right this time. So thank you so much. And everybody should go out and celebrate the art of their choice. Thank you very much. So now we're going to move on to our Los Altos STEM winners. And we're going to do this in the opposite order. So we're going to have Forrest Williams, who's a board member of Santa Clara Valley Science and Engineering Fair Association, introduce us to this award, and then I will come down and we'll pass out the certificates to the young folks who earned them. So, Mr. Williams, you're going to have 3 minutes as well, and thank you for coming this evening.
Thank you, Mayor Meadows and City Council. I'm on the board of the Santa Clara Valley Science and Engineering Fair Association. Engineering is my heart. That was my career. I have a doctorate degree in electrical engineering and computer science. And the world cannot exist without computer science and engineering. Your cell phone that you just can't do without it. It's a part of you. it's because of the creativity, innovation, and the curiosity of making the world better, making it more convenient for us. The students that we have bring their projects, we do a countywide fair, and they excel in their participation and presentations to the judges, and then from which the judges make a decision as to whether they will move to the state fair, or move to the international fair. We compete internationally. We compete against 78 to 80 countries. And when you see them together, you say, I can sleep at night because they're talking about their projects. They don't care what country they're from. They are interested in improving mankind. So our mission is to encourage students to participate in engineering. We encourage the parents to support their children. And we look forward and thank you so much for recognizing your students. You give them motivation for the future. You encourage them. And that's what we're about. So we can develop the future now so that we'll know what it's like down the road. So thank you again so much for honoring your students and our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Would you like to stay up here then while we have the students come
Of
through?
course, yes.
Of course. Okay, good. I'll be right down there with you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so I'm again going to try these names. And I'm going to stick with first names, assuming that we don't have two, but you never know. So if there's two Siddharthas, let me know. Do we have Siddhartha Daswani? Not here. Okay. You'll take it to add to the mail pile. Thank you. Yash Gowala. Thank you. You can stay up here so we can accumulate the whole group of brilliant young folks. Aja Krishnan? Or is it AJ?
Yeah.
All right, AJ. Congratulations. Philip Oberhart. Yeah. Why don't you spread out? Aditya Shivakumar.
It's Aditya Shivakumar.
Okay, Aditya Shivakumar. Aditya. Varun Thvar.
That was perfect.
Perfect. Yes. Okay. Solomon Wechter. All right, Ms. Wechter, or otherwise, okay. Audrey Yang. Here we go. Ruhi Yusuf. Okay, okay, good. For the record, it's important. Tyler Chow. All right. Congratulations. So if anyone has a wide angle lens, we can maybe squeeze in and get a photo of all these STEM science fair winners. Do you want, I'll stand on this. Thank you and congratulations. And this is the next crop coming up behind us. Yay. All right. Thank you. Thank you. So you're welcome to take a seat or welcome to exit gracefully stage center. Either way. And actually, so what I think we've seen is science and art both are important. And in fact, you can do both. So go for it in your free time. So there'll be folks are filing out. So we'll give them just a moment. Okay, so we'll move on to consent. And so I know we have Ms. Phillips wants to say something. So before we address it, let's, City Clerk, if Ms. Phillips is there, she's got her hand up. So we'll give her 3 minutes.
Sounds good, Mayor.
Hi, this is Roberta. So,
Hello, Roberta. We can hear you.
resolution on the I will just committee, but
Ms. Phillips, your connection is very garbled. I don't think we're able to understand what you're saying. It's kind of sounds like you're underwater a little bit.
Oops.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So what I was saying was
that's better.
The resolution to amend the open government intended to amend it by removing the subcommittee. However, it doesn't read that way. It reads that you want to, just looking at some words, that you want to repeal it. So I hope that that's the reason that I'm pulling it tonight. So I hope that you get the title of this correct, because I think it's important that, the residents of Los Altos know what's going on and keep some of the very valuable things that are currently in the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Phillips. All right, so we're going to move on to the consent calendar. We've had a member of the public suggest pulling item 3, but I want to check with my colleagues and see what they'd like to pull. And I see Councilmember Liang, your hand's up. Go ahead.
I'd like to pull agenda item 2, and I did want agenda item 3 pulled as well, so I'm glad someone else requested it.
Okay, great. Does anyone else have anything to pull? There's only one other item, so no? Okay, so could I have a motion on the minutes then?
Mayor, I move that we approve the consent calendar item number 1, the minutes, as amended.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
All right, second by the Vice Mayor. City Clerk, can you take roll call on consent item number 1?
Yes, members of the council, if you're in favor of adopting minutes as presented, and that's it, please indicate so by answering in the affirmative. Councilmember Lee Ang.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Flagger.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Daly.
Yes.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Weinberg.
Yes.
Thank you. And Mayor Meadows.
Yes.
Thank you all. Minutes were adopted.
All right. Thank you very much. So then it's up to the mayor to decide how we're going to handle items that are pulled from the consent calendar. And we're going to take them in order right now in front of the public hearing because we're going to either deal with them quickly or we will continue them to another meeting. I think we can deal with them quickly and we're going to take them in order. So we're going to talk about item number 2 right now. And Councilmember Liang, you asked to pull that. So would you like to start off with either your question or some information about why you suggested pulling that?
Well, I just wanted to have a discussion because I know that previously I requested that we had the process earlier and not held till September. I believe that we were waiting for information, and now that we have additional information on as to which commissions will be below quorum or near reduction of quorum if one person is absent. We have more than one commission that will be, multiple commissions that will be that way. So I think that I did want to either have that discussion so that we can review the process instead of having the process begin in September, to have it earlier in the year. The other thing is, in the report, I would like to clarify another item because it states on page 4 it says that City Council holds one special meeting that will include interviews and voting on commissioners. All applicants are allotted the same amount of time to ensure that all candidates are given equal treatment. I understand the intent of that, but I also want to make sure that we either have a sentence clarifying that each council member will be allotted the same amount of time so that we can have our question asked and then as well as have our question answered. Because I think based on the process, if we're going to ask an applicant to provide some information as to why they're applying for the commission, and then the total allotment of time in which we will be questioning these candidates is 10 minutes, then I'm concerned that if we're dividing up the 8 minutes, if they should speak for 1 or 2 minutes, I want to make sure that each council member will be respectfully given an equal amount of time to as well. So
Okay, so council member, let me see if I've got that right. And you've proposed 2 things. One, you've proposed March for
March or April.
March or April. And you've also proposed some time allocation questions. So I'm going to turn to my colleagues now and see what they feel about this item that's been pulled, because we've heard Councilmember Liang's suggestions. Who would like to go first? Councilmember Fliger.
Thank you, Mayor. I think the last time this item came before us, we had the discussion about whether or not we needed to have an earlier interview process or if we could transition to the September start date. And my understanding is staff was going to look at the current composition of the commissions, the upcoming expiration dates of the terms, and figure out whether or not we will need an interim interview process before September. I was not planning to pull this item, but I was actually going to make a comment where I think there may be a couple other commissions where the terms of the members expire sooner that I think staff had included in an email they sent us. But even having said that, I still support deferring to staff to let us know whether or not we do need to have an interview process before September. I'm still comfortable with the direction to plan for September and look to staff to let us know if we will have a quorum issue. And then on Councilmember Liang's second point, I would actually prefer not to be that prescriptive on saying that each council member will have the same amount of time. We've all done this a couple times now. And we may, for different reasons, it may just work out that we don't get an equal amount of time. So I would not support having that specified in the policy.
Okay, thank you very much, Councilmember.
Any of my other colleagues? Vice Mayor, you're looking.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with Councilmember Flagler in terms of, I think it's appropriate to defer to staff as to the timing of when the interviews would be. And then in terms of the amount of time that each council member has to ask questions, I think that we're all capable of being respectful for one another, making sure that none of us are dominating the question and answer period and that we yield the floor to others.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Daley, any comments?
I have nothing to add.
Nothing to add. Okay. So I was going to say, I thought at first, but correct me if I'm wrong, Councilmember Liang, I thought you were going to propose that we do the recruitment annually on March, but you're actually proposing that we do the recruitment sooner this year, and then you didn't actually say what you intended in the long run.
No, I thought for this year it was important that we do that. And if we want to move after we get it all squared away this year, if we want to move it all to September, I'm okay with that. But I think for this year, I think it was important to try to get us all on a clear schedule to make sure all our commissions were in good working order.
Right. And so, yeah, we do have some information from staff about, and we haven't heard the queries about asking some commissioners if they'd be willing to extend till September. And I assume they will let us know if not. So I'm actually not hearing that anyone else really supports changing what is in front of us. So for item 2, then, I'm going to ask for City Clerk to wait, actually, do I need a motion since we pulled it? Okay, so I need a motion first. Anybody? Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. I move that the council adopt resolution number 2023-blank, which is included in today's packet for agenda item number 3, entitled A Resolution of the City Council of the City of Los Altos repealing I'm sorry, this is the wrong one.
Wrong one.
My apologies. So this is the
It's the one
resolution.
beforehand, number 2. I don't think it doesn't have a resolution, right? It's just a recommendation.
Is there a draft resolution or is it simply a motion?
It's a motion to amend the
handbook.
Move to amend the handbook as proposed in the staff report.
Okay, do I have a second? Councilmember Flagler seconds.
Mayor, before I second, just a quick friendly amendment, if the Vice Mayor will accept it. As I look at the proposed language on page 3 of the staff report, Vice Mayor, that first sentence that reads, the City Council accepts applications for commission positions only during the formal recruitment period. Because we allow for other recruitments depending on need, should we drop the word only? It gives the impression that's the only time.
That makes sense.
Yeah. So if you'll accept that friendly.
Accepted.
Okay, I'll second it.
All
Thank
right,
you.
so we have a motion, a friendly amendment, and seconded. City Clerk?
Members of the council, if
I did want to make a substitute motion.
Okay, go ahead, Councilmember.
I'd like to make a substitute motion that I know that this is coming, there is more information coming back after interviews are conducted with the chairs. And I'd like to make a substitute motion that we continue this item till we get more information after the interview of the chairs on our commission. And then we can better understand which direction we want to go.
So you act on the substitute motion first.
Well, we need a second to it,
Yeah,
or there's
and you
nothing
need
to act on, right? I'm just going to make a comment about that. I think there's lots of information we're getting about the commissions as we go through, not just from the current commissions now, but also through as we sort of rationalize the process. So I don't think that this needs to be contingent on just one thing. We're going to be looking at it as we move forward anyway. So I'm okay with it as is. Do we have a second to the substitute motion? I'm not sensing a second. So the substitute motion fails. So City Clerk, you can take roll on the first motion.
Thank you, Mayor. Members of the council, if you are in favor of Councilmember Weinberg's motion, seconded by Vice Mayor Weinberg, Seconded by Councilmember Flagger. Please indicate so by answering in the affirmative. Councilmember Flagger.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Daly.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Lee Ang.
Yes.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Weinberg.
Yes.
Thank you. And Mayor Meadows.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, let's move on to item 3. I first want to just make a brief statement, and then I will let Councilmember Liang, since you wanted to pull this, comment. But I think it is true that this was not as clear as it could have been. So what there really are 3 elements that are involved in this proposal. It wasn't probably obvious, but I'll lay out what those 3 elements are. So one element is the open government policy itself. Another element is the open government subcommittee. And the third element are basically, I'm going to call them programs that were implemented, and they were initially in the open government policy. Now, I say initially because things such as story polls moved out of the policy. They were then in their own thing. So what was, I think, intended for what we looked at in item number 3 was to rescind the policy itself and the subcommittee, but not the programs that were created within the policy, and that was not clear. So what we have in front of us to acknowledge that is a resolution that really focuses on the 2 subcommittees that were in question, and the substitute resolutions don't address the open government policy because the programs within it got confused with the policy, and we were not trying to terminate those programs. Any program that was instituted in the open government policy would come before council before any changes were made. And in fact, as an example, again, that's what we saw with story polls. So that was what was intended, and I understand there was confusion, and so that's just an attempt to clarify. I just want to turn to staff to see if they want to correct anything I said before I turn to Councilmember Liang, the city manager.
Thank you, Mayor. That is what we intended to convey, and we provided a red line both on the online packet and to council, trying to clarify that point.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. So Councilmember Liang, then, did you want to go ahead? And I don't know if that helped or hindered with what you wanted to bring up, but go ahead.
Well, thank you for articulating some of the points. I think some of the points you made are valid, but I still believe that the resolution is not substantial or correct. The title, as one of the constituents stated, is very misleading. The resolution maintaining much of the programs within the policy, I think we need to clean up another whereas the third whereas, the policy was originally formed as a pilot program and should come and as a pilot program and will be retained. Because if our intent is to retain the policy, then we've totally eliminated the policy. But I don't think that was our intent, to eliminate the policy. Or if we're retaining some of the programs, we need to be clear as to which programs we're retaining. And I think so, until we clean up the resolution, I think it's going to be a substantial change, and it should come back the next time around, because I don't think we want to clean up all of this on the dais tonight.
Well, you're right. We certainly don't want to wordsmith. I do want to point out one more thing, that we actually already discussed this at the February 21st offsite, and so we did agree to 2 of those elements and to leave the programs in place. But I won't get into the technical details. It looks like Councilmember Flagger would like to make a comment.
Thank you, Mayor, and I will look to staff to provide further clarification, because I may also be confused here. If we are rescinding the entire policy, for the programs that we're retaining, where do those programs reside?
We're not rescinding the policy.
This has been a fun exercise in what everyone reads when they see the open government policy. So we have a resolution around notification in the open government policy. There's also a resolution in the norms around notification that contradicts what is in the open government policy. So our intent was to bring any items back that were enacted through the open government policy as programs, as Mayor called them, for specific action by council. So when we come back and review the norms in May, council could expect to make a decision, a notification at that point. Do you want it as it was written in the open government policy, as it is in the norms, or in another way? Other items live in other areas of our code. They're resolutions. Some of them are coming up as a housing element update. One of those story polls council took action on. Another one, notification by distance, is being discussed this evening. So they're coming back in all sorts of different ways, but our intent was not to take away everything that had been enacted in the policy without council weighing in on it first.
Okay, so just to confirm, we're not rescinding the entire policy, only the portions where council has already given direction. For example, the Open Government Committee and things that are now deemed moot by the housing element update. Those are the things that we're now taking out of the policy, but the other things, the other items in the policy will come back to us at a future meeting for us to have a full discussion on whether or not we want to have that as part of our open government policy.
Yes, and the revised resolution tonight is only terminating the Open Government Committee. The heading does have, it is incorrect. It should be, terminating the City Council Legislative Subcommittee and the Open Government Subcommittee. The first whereas that was discussed tonight that discussed amending the open government policy, I would keep that in because that provides the legislative history of how we did several amendments to it. And this was drafted to be another amendment, but since there was confusion about the policy and the programs in the policy, tonight the resolution of the City Council of the City of Los Altos will be terminating the City Council Legislative Subcommittee and the Open Government Subcommittee. And I think the rest of it is just terminating the two subcommittees. And we'll be coming back with other items.
Thank you, City Attorney. Thanks for that clarification.
Vice Mayor, I think you have some questions.
Thank you, Mayor. I think the City Attorney cleared it up, but just to make sure that I understand, there are changes which will be made to the open government policy that are proposed in agenda item number 5 tonight, but for the purposes of this agenda item, all we are doing is dissolving, we are terminating the Open Government Subcommittee and the Legislative Subcommittee.
Yes.
And the only change that really has to happen is a change to the title of the resolution in order to make sure that it's clear.
We could only amend this title and change this so many times today, so I'm very sorry about any confusion. And then when we come back with the handbook, don't forget about the commission handbook and the norms. That's where some of the other programs that are in the policy will be looked at to see if they still need to exist and maybe they've been superseded or something.
Well, and that's, yes, exactly. Councilmember Daley, do you have anything?
I just want to make it clear to the public that if we adopt this resolution with the change in title.
We can't hear.
Sorry about that. I want to make it clear to the public that if we adopt this resolution with a modified title, that the public can be confident we will continue to post agendas and do public noticing and continue the practices that are so important for our transparency in government.
Thank you, Councilmember Daley. And I want to add on to that, which is, the open, by making these decisions at council, the transparency is greatly improved. I looked at last year's open government committee meetings, and there were 3 of them given with approximately 24 hours notice in advance of them, and there was, a handful of attendees. So anything that we can address in front of council, by definition, will improve transparency. So this is not about this is not about making things less transparent. It's actually about making them more transparent and consistent. So I think, can I have a motion? It sounds like we're largely in agreement that the title needs changing. And Councilmember Liang, do you have your hand up to say something again?
Yes, I think that we need to have, if we can have an additional whereas or clarifying the third whereas about it not being a pilot no more, on the policy no longer being a pilot, that we're keeping the policy as stated.
No, but
Or
that's,
it was pointed out that we're keeping the policy. So
no.
I think it's no longer a pilot anymore. So
No,
it
that's
should-
not the question in front of the question in front of us tonight was, are we rescinding the open government policy tonight or not? We said, I think we're saying we're just going to do away with the 2 committees, but we have not discussed whether this is still a pilot or not. It has always been a pilot. It's 5 or 6 years old and has only been a pilot. So
But then, okay, I just think that we're, as stated earlier, we're making a substantial change and that it should come back on consent the next time.
Okay, so can I have a motion? It's fine if you want to move that it comes back on consent, or that you can make the motion now. City Attorney, which do you feel comfortable?
I could clarify, this is not an ordinance where you introduce the ordinance and then at the final adoption, if there's substantial changes, then you need to reintroduce. Something like renumbering or typos or something like that could go forward. But this is a resolution, so it can be amended tonight at this meeting, and once it's approved, it takes effect immediately.
Thank you. Councilmember Fliger.
I'm ready with a motion if you're ready, Mayor.
One more question, please. So then if you're stating that we're not going to discuss whether it's pilot or policy is no longer a pilot, will that be coming up at a future agenda to discuss whether the policy will be a pilot or not?
Well, I believe that the open government policy will come back as a future agenda item, because at some point it's probably going to be an empty shell. So we can discuss that and everything else to do with it at that point.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you
for the clarification.
Mayor, I move that we adopt resolution number 2023, the specific number to be added by staff, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Los Altos, amending resolution number 2019-30 by terminating the City Council's Legislative Subcommittee and the Open Government Subcommittee that were set forth in such resolution, with the amendments also submitted by staff as part of the resolution.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, seconded by the Vice Mayor. City Clerk, can you take roll call?
Members of the council, if you are in favor of the motion in front of you, please indicate so by answering in the affirmative. Councilmember Daley.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Fliger.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Liang.
Just to clarify for the city attorney, we're removing the words repealing resolution number, and it's going to just state that a resolution of the City Council of the City of Los Altos will be terminating the City Council Legislative Committee as well as the City Council Open Government. I'm just making sure that the title is correct.
I believe that's the correct title.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure the title was going to be correct. Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Liang. Vice Mayor Weinberg.
Aye.
Thank you. And Mayor Meadows.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion passes 5-0.
All right, thank you, City Clerk, and thanks to those who were here for the public hearings. Usually we'll put those at the end, but I knew we'd be able to get to them
get through them relatively efficiently. So with that, we're going to move on to the public hearings. Item number 4 is about the permanent fenced-in dog park at Hillview. I'm going to point out that this is just talking about a contract for the design, and Mr. Hernandez, you can walk us through that.
Thank you, Mayor Meadows.
Thank you, Mayor Meadows, Vice Mayor Weinberg, and members of City Council. My name is Manny Hernandez, Parks and Recreation Director for the city. And just in summary of this hearing item, this is a request of City Council to approve the use of park and lieu funds in the amount not to exceed $75,000 to begin the process of the design, which will include a public process as well, of the permanent dog park that will be located at Hillview Park, and also to authorize the city manager to execute an agreement with Verde Design, who will provide the consultant services for that. So at the council's meeting in February of 2022, staff was directed to begin the phase process of the fenced-in dog park at Hillview. The first phase being the temporary location, which I believe is on the southeast end of the soccer field, and to start working on the next phase of installing a permanent dog park in the northwest area of the soccer field, which is pretty much where the auxiliary parking area is across from the library at this moment. So the first step and the first part of that phase of doing the permanent dog park is to get a consultant services to design the dog park. So that's the request, and staff recommendation is to approve that so we can begin the process. That's the end of my report.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez. So I'm going to ask my colleagues if they have any questions. Oh, all right. Councilmember Daley.
Just for clarification, it is
You're
a
red.
not to exceed number, right? Oh, let me turn on my microphone. Just for clarification, it is a not to exceed number. It's not necessarily a $75,000 expenditure. It could be a little bit less, right?
Yes, Councilmember Daley, yes, that's correct. It's not to exceed number. And so I'm in negotiations right now to get them the maximum amount, not to exceed 75,000, but it could possibly be
Right.
below that.
And in addition, staff provided a breakdown of some of the elements that are included in that number in response to our questions. And I just want to let the public know that that fee includes, for example, public outreach and survey software and some other aspects of the process that are appropriate to outsource because of staffing constraints and so forth. So it's more than just writing a check to have somebody give you a drawing of a dog park.
Yes, Councilmember Daley, that process will extend several months, and it will include public process, including outreach, that is virtual, online surveys, as well as public meetings.
Thank you.
Thank you. Which of my colleagues would like to go now? Councilmember Flygler?
Vice Mayor was-
Oh, Vice Mayor, okay. My neck is not young enough for this.
Director Hernandez, thank you for the presentation and for the staff report. Just for my clarification, this contract will be for the ultimate design and final selection by the community of the dog park. It doesn't include construction of the dog park. It doesn't include oversight of the construction project. Is that correct?
That is correct, Vice Mayor Weinberg.
Okay. And then the contract calls for at least 2 alternative designs. Is that correct?
At this point, yes, that's my understanding. I've still got to see the final, but yes, I think the draft represented 2 designs, yes.
Okay, so what I understand then is that we're paying for professional design, a large amount of community outreach, and at least 2 alternative designs of the final project.
Yes, and just for further clarification, yes, that will not be a final design for construction. It will be the designs. It will have the design options. Yes.
Thank you.
Councilmember Flygler, I think you're next.
Thank you, Mayor. And the Vice Mayor touched on my question. I just wanted to confirm, Mr. Hernandez, that this did not include the construction portion of the project, which it doesn't. So will staff bring back that contract to council when you're moving to the construction phase of the dog park?
That is correct. We will have to.
Thank you.
Councilmember Liang?
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez. After we get the two designs and conduct further outreach and surveys, input from surveys, if the designs get modified, I want to make sure that, I guess, that scope of the project will include any further modification of designs and not going to be where they're going to seek more funds to do so. So can you clarify that, please?
Yeah, so I'm sorry, so you're concerned if I'm not sure the question is,
Because if we get input, we get the designs, and then we do our outreach. And as we get further input and do more outreach, we learn that the designs would have to be tweaked further. I want to make sure that when we do our scope of our project with our contract, it will include additional renderings and will not mean another amendment to the contract.
Yes, Councilmember Liang, I think I understand now. The contract that we'll be executing with Verde Design, they have a scope of what's going to be covered. Outside of that, unless we request, if city does request extended services, then we would have to execute a different contract. But this contract is set up to not to exceed the $75,000 that we're asking for.
So I guess further clarification is that when we say, when we provide the design or the scope of the work, I guess I just want clarity. How much input or design change would we be allowed to provide input on?
As much as the scope, and I think hopefully I'm not interrupting. Yeah, as much as the scope calls for, and they have outlined that already. I have provided that, and I'm working with them to finalize that. So as much as the scope, which is a scheduled scope of work for the design consultant, that is what is included. They will not be asking for any funds exceeding $75,000 unless we direct them afterward to do additional work.
I guess my concern is about the timeline, about the community meetings and then the surveys. So when we do the surveys and input, is it going to be random or is it going to go out to the whole city?
I haven't focused on the details of that yet, but I believe it would be open to the public, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and then just to make sure I understand, and I may have this wrong, Mr. Hernandez, but there are some items here that are useful beyond just this design, correct? So we're going to be getting not just sole use from some of it, and if you could tell us, in other words, we're getting some lasting value out of this project, right? Survey something?
Yeah, the topographical survey definitely could be used in that manner. Also, just the general survey to the public as well. The input that we receive is something that's included in this.
Okay. And just for the public benefit, I know there's some concern about parking. This is just to look at some various designs, so we could potentially not lose any parking or much parking. It all depends on the designs that come forward. Is that correct?
That is absolutely correct. The design hasn't even begun yet. So,
in market research, we'd call that a leading question. Okay, so that's the end of my questions. I'm going to, oh, wait, Councilmember Flagger has a question.
Sorry, just a quick follow-up, and in law, we'd call that also a leading question. So, Mr. Hernandez, because I know so many residents can't wait to have this permanent Hillview Dog Park, do we have a timeline for this design phase and outreach process?
Yes, the design phase with this consultant contract should last through the end of August. is what we're believing. If we begin, starting with this approval here, if we begin next month.
Thank you.
Sure.
All right. So now I'm going to open the public hearing and take public comment. I have one card from Mr. Smith here in chambers, and City Clerk, looks like we have a couple hands. So I'm going to give each speaker 3 minutes. If anyone else wants to talk and I don't have your card yet, the cards are in the vestibule. And all right, so Mr. Smith, come on up and you will have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor Edwards and Vice Mayor Weinberg and the City Council. I'm David Smith. I'm a resident, but I'm also passionate about the library. Some people will know. And I'm concerned about parking. And so prior to COVID, our librarian Marlene said the number one complaint she would get from people at the library was lack of parking. Since COVID, two things have happened that affect parking. One is the walkway was nicely landscaped. It looks great between the Los Altos Museum and the library, but it eliminated about 15 parking spaces. Secondly, the museum now has this great new exhibit they just opened, which will probably draw more people to that area. And, you know, it's all shared parking. So the library, the museum, the soccer parents that are parking for their kids on the soccer field, the bus barn, and probably the Little League field too. It's a very tight space. Then the proposal to recommend a decision, I would recommend that we actually put it on hold. And the reason is it's going to look at, it could possibly eliminate another 15 parking places. It doesn't say it's going to, but it could. That would be a total of 31 spaces that are missing. The library back in its heyday was 500,000 people came a year. So that's a lot of people. So what I would recommend is on hold, you know, because it'll happen, but the idea being do a parking study, parking and traffic study that you would typically do for a business locating in town, because your concerns are all about, will people be able to park? And the idea being, if you ended up making it so difficult for everybody when they're coming, and you could have a perfect storm. You could have a program at the library, you could have a wedding at the museum, you could have soccer championship going on, and people are going to be parking in town probably and walking across San Antonio. So I'm just thinking it would be good just to find out what is the benefit, what is the ideal situation for this shared parking, and that's it.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. I'm not seeing any other, here, I thought there might be one. All right, so.
Hybrid card.
A hybrid card. Oh, two items. Okay, got it. So, City Clerk, we've got Ms. Valadez will be coming to speak as well.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. My name is Janine Valadez. I'm speaking as a member of the public, not as a Parks and Rec Commissioner. Full disclosure, I am doing monitoring of the dog park a lot through the quarter in participation with the Parks and Rec Commission, but that's not what I'm here to talk about. I support the dog park fervently. I'm a user of the dog park, both dog parks, and other parks in the area. I have to admit that I wish that the dog park, permanent dog park, wasn't going to be under oak trees, but I support the dog park. I'm also supportive of 2 dog parks at Hillview. I understand that's probably a minority position. The thing about parking, though, is that we have a lot of parking around the community center. We have parking up and down the aisles between the PD and Lacey. We have parking everywhere. And I think if we give up a few parking spots for the benefit of the community, which uses the dog park quite a bit, I think that's a fair trade. Yes, people have to possibly walk a little bit farther, but we want them to come and see the community center. People come from downtown and walk into the area, so I'm all for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Valadez. That looks like all the public comment in the chamber. So City Clerk, it looks like we have 2 hands online.
That is correct, Mayor. Our first speaker is Freddie Park Wheeler.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Meadows, Vice Mayor Weinberg, and Commissioners Flagger, Liang, and Daly. I need to disclose that I am a Los Altos Library Commissioner, but I'm speaking as a private citizen tonight. I'm here to ask you to please reconsider taking the 16 parking spaces directly across from the library and to make them part of a dog park. The city previously did away with 15 parking spaces to create the walkway from the community center to the library. If you proceed with this plan, 31 total very scarce parking places will have been lost. There is simply not enough parking close to the library for the number of library patrons our library serves. Seniors with physical challenges and parents with young children are particularly disadvantaged by the lack of sufficient parking spaces that are close to the library. We have observed disabled seniors laden down with bags of books struggle to get to their cars. There simply are not nearly enough parking spaces designated for seniors and the handicapped to meet the needs of our patrons of our library. There's already competition for these parking spaces. The soccer players, history museum visitors, wedding parties, soccer parents. Now you're adding dog owners to the competition and taking away 16 more parking spaces. I'm begging you to please find a solution to the parking problems for everyone's sake. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Wheeler. City Clerk.
Thank you. Looks like we have another hand that's been raised, but our next speaker is Roberta Phillips.
Hi, this is Roberta.
Hi, Roberta.
Hi. So I do think, I'm in favor of moving forward with this dog park. I think it'll be a relief to some of the homeowners for it to be moved. It's going to be a larger place. I'm glad that Freddie brought up something about parking. What I feel is that perhaps 5 or 6 parking spots in that area could be reserved for handicap parking. The other people, there's lots of parking over at the community center, and that might be a solution for mitigating for the people that really need to be close to the library. So that was my recommendation, to have maybe 5 or 6 handicap parking spaces near the library. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Phillips.
What appears to be our final speaker is Joe Beninado.
Hi, good evening, everyone. It's Joe Beninado, speaking as a resident, not as a commissioner. I have 2 thoughts on this. First, I support the dog park. We do not own a dog. I don't have a dog in this race, as someone had said at one point. But I have 2 concerns with regards to this. It's been a little while, but I can remember trying to find parking at the library with my 2 little kids and trying to navigate the maze that is the parking around the library. And I just the other day I was over at the History Museum, and as I was leaving out towards San Antonio, saw someone, a mom with 2 little kids, trying to do the same thing. And so, to whatever extent we can minimize the impact on losing parking by the designs they're looking at, I think that would be a great thing. The second thing I'm concerned about is the cost of this. So if the design is going to cost $75,000, which seems quite extensive, and I know Commissioner Daly pointed out there were some other items in there. What is the actual implementation going to cost? Is this going to be a $500,000 dog park? Not to mention the removal of the original temporary dog park that currently exists. We have a lot of priorities with regards to funds, and to spend $300,000 or $500,000 or whatever it would be to make this happen, given that the design fees alone are 75, that gives a sense of what the actual cost to do this will be. So I would just keep those two things in mind, and maybe we can come up with a solution where we don't lose as many parking spots and we don't spend $500,000 on a dog park. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Beninado. So I don't see any other hands. Is that the case, City Clerk?
That is correct, Mayor. No one else has their hand raised.
All right, so I'm going to close the public hearing, and we'll bring discussion back to council. I want to point out that the questions in front of us tonight is not whether to do a dog park or not. That was decided about a year ago, to take this staged approach from the current temporary one to a permanent one. What we're being asked to decide tonight is whether we approve use of park and lieu funds for the consulting services for the design process, and then whether we authorize the city manager to execute an agreement with the proposed design firm. So everything else is without doing a design, we really don't know what we're talking about in terms of what's being proposed, parking or otherwise. So do I have, looks like Councilmember Liang, you have your hand up. Would you like to go first?
Sure. As we move to authorize the city manager to execute the agreement, maybe we should also be mindful as to what the cap we want to. I think we already decided what we wanted to spend on the dog park, and we've got to make sure that the Verdi is clear on what our budget is. So I want to make sure that we could include that in our contract with their understanding of what we wanted to limit our spending on. So if the city manager can answer that, that might be helpful for all of us, or did we need to have that discussion further tonight?
There is a proposal. City manager, do you want to address?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Liang, I would say the design will allow us to get construction drawings. We'll get a engineer's estimated cost at that time for construction. Council could accept that cost or ask us to return and try and reduce the cost. My preference in the design phase would be to try and design the dog park that the community is seeking through the outreach and the Parks and Recreation Commission, recognizing the reality that we're not going to build a $10 million dog park. There's fiscal realities in place, but my preference would be to handle the cost side when council considers the construction drawings themselves.
Okay, thank you for answering that. I'm okay, but if we're not going to have further discussion, I'd be glad to make the motion. If everybody
Let me check with everyone else. Councilmember Flagger.
Thank you, Mayor. I hope it's not $1 million dog park. I would have to figure out how to train Max to start bringing him to the dog park. But I just want to touch on the concern about the cost. And as Councilmember Daly already said, it's up to a not to exceed amount. And I think Mr. Hernandez reassured us that as part of the negotiation, he would ensure that we don't exceed that amount. And I also assume that staff went through a competitive process, and this is how they came up with the dollar amount. But I do echo Councilmember Liang's concern about any scope creep or this design phase exceeding the $75,000 amount. So I do support the ask of staff that we do stay within and hopefully much lower than the $75,000 as part of this design phase. I quickly wanted to also address, Mayor, the concerns raised about parking. And, you know, I remember when we were working on the city council at the time and the community were working on designing the community center, and part of the design was that walkway that would take away the parking spaces from it, next to the library. And the concern there was exactly what we heard tonight. And fortunately, by building the community center, we were also able to increase the number of parking spaces overall for the Civic Center. And so I 100% still support moving forward with the dog park at this location. But I would ask Mr. Hernandez and staff, we got some great suggestions tonight regarding parking, whether or not we do reserve parking for library patrons, do we do reserve parking for handicapped spaces, or do we need to add signage? Because just to echo what Mr. Beninado said, I remember as well when my kids were young and I would take them to story time at the library, you end up circling a couple of times. And so if there's signage saying, just keep going, there's lots of parking next to the community center, I think that may help as well. But tonight, Mayor, I am prepared, and I would second the motion if Councilmember Liang makes it, to move forward with this space.
Thank you, Councilmember. Do any of my other colleagues have anything? Vice Mayor, looks like both. Okay, go ahead, Vice Mayor, and then.
Thank you, Mayor. I largely want to echo the statements of Councilmember Flygore. I was concerned about the cost of this design proposal, and I want to thank staff for giving us a breakdown. I spoke to the city manager earlier today to get some further insight. This project is really very community involvement heavy. I think that that's what our community wants. I think it's what it expects, and I think it's what it deserves. We want to have a lot of input into what is being proposed for the amenities that we're going to use. In terms of how much the final dog park is going to cost, none of us want to pay an outrageous amount for a dog park, but really that's going to be a question for the council with input from the community based upon what it is the community wants. We're going to get various proposals, various designs, alternatives from Verde, from the contractor. And there may be a dog park with amenities that are the coolest that we've ever seen. And generally, the cooler the amenities, the more expensive it's going to be. It's like buying a car, right? If you want to get all the bells and whistles, you're going to pay a lot more for it. Is it appropriate to do that for a dog park? We don't know, because we don't know what the choices are. That's something for us to look at down the road. In terms of the parking question, I don't think it's something that we have the adequate tools at this point to really be able to address or give direction to, other than to let the community know and to let staff know that this council remains concerned about anything which is going to reduce the amount of parking or change parking. That being said, it's my understanding that we are doing a citywide parking study, parking survey in the very near future. So I would hope that staff and our consultant would keep in mind that there is concern about the dog park taking away parking. Will it actually take away parking? Are there opportunities to recover some or all the parking? Is it appropriate to have special parking reserved for the differently abled or for seniors? Maybe we could have a drop-off spot. Are all these ideas possible? Are they feasible? I think it'd be appropriate for us to ask that to the consultant when we do that study.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Daley.
First, I'll premise my remarks by saying that I'm a library guy. Most of my outside board assignments pertain to the library, and I'm a patron, and when I'm not in this library, I spend a lot of my time in various other libraries around the Bay Area. That said, I have noticed that the parking isn't quite as full as it was pre-COVID. I think there's some broader social trends that may impact that. Today, for example, at 4 o'clock, the overflow parking that we're talking about making into a dog park was about 2/3 full, and there were a few other empty spaces immediately proximate to the library. I would be very supportive of designating some of these spaces that are currently shared spaces as library parking. Because the other thing that I've noticed on multiple occasions is that those spaces are not filled by library patrons. Many of those spaces are filled by people using other amenities here within the Civic Center campus, and there are always dozens of empty spaces over by the community center. So I think we should make an effort to address these challenges through some of the suggestions that the community has brought forward and that other council members have mentioned. I would also just remind everybody that the location of the dog park has already been determined through, there was an extensive public process and as well as, council review and voting and so forth. This is about the appropriation of funds and the execution of a design engagement. The other thing I would say about funding, to address one of our residents' concerns, usually I talk about money as fungible. When it comes to parks, that's not true. Not within the city budget. We have a park in lieu fund that is for parks and park amenities and improving parks and buying new parkland. We currently have, where is it? $8.3 million in our park in lieu fund. And if we add 1,958 housing units, based on averaging the per unit rate for multifamily homes and single family homes, we're talking about a park in lieu fund without expenditures that would approach $95 million in the next 8 years. So that doesn't mean that we can have a gold-plated dog park, but it does mean that we have money for this, and it's not money that could be spent, for example, addressing public safety, for example. So I just want to reassure the community that the funding is there for this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. And I'm about to come to you, Councilmember Liang, to make the motion. I just want to say that all my colleagues have made some good comments. I want to also point out that some of the parking need has been alleviated during the pandemic. The Library Commission and the county put book drops in, so not everyone has to park to return their books. So that helps a little bit, but by all means, we should look at that in the design process. So I do support both approving use of the park and lieu funds and also authorizing the city manager for an amount not to exceed $75,000. So Councilmember Liang, if you want to make the motion.
Oh, yes, I'd like to make the motion or so move everything you said, but if you want me to read it clear, articulate it, or read it clearly out, I'd like to move that the council approve the park in lieu funds for consultant services for the design process of the permanent dog park at Hillview Park. I'd also like to authorize the city manager to execute an agreement with Verdi Design for consultant services in the amount not to exceed $75,000 for the design process of the permanent dog park at Hillview Park.
Thank you. And Councilmember Flieger,
Second.
We have a second. City Clerk, can you take the roll?
Yes, Madam Mayor, members of the council, if you are in favor of the item as articulated by Councilmember Liang, please answer in the affirmative. Councilmember Daly.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Flieger.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Liang.
Yes.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Weinberg.
Yes.
Thank you. And Mayor Meadows.
Yes. Though I just noticed, let me check with the city attorney. We didn't reference that all that is included in a resolution. Do you need us to reference that?
You mean the findings?
That what we just authorized is a resolution number 2023.
Yeah.
So sorry, that should have been at the beginning. So I'm making a friendly amendment that we are.
No,
sorry.
it's okay.
It's okay.
Yeah.
The city attorney says it's okay. So, city clerk,
I just want those findings.
Okay. All right. You've got the findings. She's happy. All right. So that passed unanimously then, right, city clerk?
Yes, it did, Madam Mayor.
Okay. And sorry I missed that until after we voted, but no harm. All right. With that, we're going to move to another public hearing on the Housing Element Update Ordinance. And this is some amendments, and Development Services Director Zorns is heading to the podium.
All right, good evening, Council. Another implementing ordinance from our housing element this evening. Let me pull this up really quick for everyone. Oh, that's fun. There we go. All right, so as stated, this is one of our housing element implementation ordinances this evening. Background, obviously, we're all very aware that we just adopted our 6th cycle housing element on January 24th. So moving pretty steadfast with some of our implementation programs. As of February 16th, the Planning Commission provided recommendation, which did include some minor modifications to wording and terms that are used within the draft ordinance, and those have already been incorporated, which is before you this evening. Just quickly, for especially the members of the public that, are just kind of coming up to speed with what this is, a program from our housing element establishes an overview, specific steps, timeframes, funding sources, and a quantified objective. As stated, this ordinance is implementing one of our required programs from the housing element. That required program from the housing element is program 3H. I'm not going to read through the long-winded paragraph that does the overview, but it is program that is going to amend the design review process and the requirements contained within. From a high level, there is, in order to remove the constraints, this ordinance accomplishes 5 main of the bullet points that were included within the approved program. The next slide goes over kind of a Reader's Digest version of that and expands it a little bit just because of some of the cleanup from the actual ordinance. The draft ordinance accomplishes formal consolidation of the Design Review Commission and the Planning Commission. It then further designates the Development Services Director as the zoning administrator. The zoning administrator designation has already existed in the code for several decades. It's just never actually been applied throughout the code as it should have been. And that authority resides with the zoning administrator having approval over residential developments of 5 units or less, which is also in the program. This also will establish a limitation of hearings for design review only to a maximum of 3. We will then further designate the City Council to only serve as the review authority for a development project on appeal. There is a limitation on the allowance of appeals to only be on the basis of objective standards as required by law. Require any appeal to be filed within 14 calendar days. There are some further wording cleanup, title change, as there were areas of the municipal code that reference my position as the planning director, the community development director, so on and so forth. There's a variety of nomenclatures that just need to be changed each time we touch one of the chapters of the zoning code. And then further, there are some cleanups to the references of the government code sections. I included this fun little picture as a little tidbit because we had some council Q&A, and then we're also previously discussing the open government policies, which established a 1,000-foot radius. And this is actually a fun picture I took my first week here. I asked my assistant, who has been with the city for over 20 years, what is going on with all of this returned mail? Because this was only one of the cubbies that I took a picture of. This is what our 1,000-foot radius yields in regards to what we're trying to intend on public notice. I don't think it's actually notifying anybody because it all comes back to City Hall. So that is why the incorporation in the ordinance amendments does reduce down the 1,000-foot radius back to the government code requirement, which is 300 feet. The government code does require a public agency to notify residents and tenants within a 300-foot radius of any discretionary action that were to be taken. So that is kind of one of the fun nuances to what we've done in the recent time. Specifically, the time frame for this amendment is that we will dismiss the Design Review Commission upon adoption of the housing element. We have not formally done that, obviously, because we still have projects in review, as well as the municipal code does need to be modified in order to truly do that with legal ease. So this then does formally establish that dismissal of that particular body. And a lot of times some folks in the community have asked, well, what about it? I thought we were supposed to do this by the end of 2027. No, that's if we're going to evaluate if we need to do further actions than the initial ones that we're taking tonight. So we will then have to reevaluate and make sure that what we're doing is enough. And if not, we'll have to look to peel back some of those further layers. The draft ordinance, just to simply put it, is as proposed, effectively does accomplish all of the main 5 bullet points that were covered previously, and what is our obligation in our adopted 6-cycle housing element. So the next steps, obviously this evening, we are providing the first reading and introduction of the draft ordinance. And the second reading is set to come back in 2 weeks from today on March 14th. And from that, the staff recommendation is to introduce the draft ordinance as proposed this evening.
Thank you, Director Zorns. So I'm going to ask my colleagues if anyone has any questions. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Director Zorns, earlier today, you and I had a discussion about the multimodal transportation review proposed ordinance. That is section 14.78.090. Subsection A1, which is new language that staff is proposing, would prohibit the Complete Streets Commission from considering any multimodal transportation review outside of the 4 corners of the parcel under consideration. And subsection D, which is also newly proposed, establishes that the Complete Streets Commission can only opine on a 100% commercial project. And what I had asked you earlier tonight was if you could give very specific statutory authority as to why we need to have those provisions in there.
Beyond statutory authority, I will at least point the City Council to Program 3K. So technically, our draft ordinance could incorporate an additional whereas for the implementation of Program 3K, not just 3H. And I'm going to read it so that everyone, if you can't see it on your smaller monitors on the dais, an application for City Council design review is subject to multimodal transportation review by the Complete Streets Commission. As part of the approval process, in order to assess potential project impacts to various modes of transportation, the city will streamline the development review process for multifamily housing projects by adoption of development standards for multimodal transportation such as bicycle, pedestrian, parking, traffic, and public transportation issues. The development standards will no longer require housing development projects to be reviewed by the Complete Streets Commission. The City Council will utilize previous recommendations and approvals as a basis for the creation of the development standards in consultation with the appointed Complete Streets Commission. A recommendation by the Complete Streets Commission on bicycle stall, storage, and charging shall be made timely and considered at no more than 2 hearings. Final recommendation to the City Council shall be made no later than May of 2023. Without citing the specific government code section, this statutorily does obligate us to complete what the ordinance does achieve. Beyond that, I could go into some of the particulars about takings and exactions, which going beyond the property frontage has been challenged recently in court. So there have been significant rulings and also challenge to why this was originally even discussed and integrated into the draft housing element.
Okay, so in looking at program 3K, it says that we're not going to require the Complete Streets Commission to opine, but what you propose in the statute is going to forbid the Complete Streets Commission to opine. And the last part of program 3K seems to indicate that you do want a recommendation from the CSC for bicycle stall storage and charging. But
so I'll clarify. That's to create standards. So the whole point of 3K, as well as to remove the body of review, is not to necessarily remove the integration. It's to create development standards that streamline and standardize what we're requiring of development applications. We should not be exacting different requirements and saying go 50 feet in front of someone else's frontage and then the next one 3 months later say 100 feet because of the nuances to maybe the project. This is oftentimes, frankly, where our development impact fee review this year will actually review that. We might want to consider creating a specific new fee that would actually start claiming some money to be able to fund certain long-term CIP and things of that nature, because that's what cities generally do, is take in and collect a fee to make some of the gap improvements that we can't require of a project to do because it's not in front of their frontage. In my time, we've if I broke it down for you on multiple different projects that we've approved in the last 6 months, we've required different things and not made one developer do one improvement, and then we've asked others to do others, and then we've kind of foregone it because of the discussion and kind of splitting hairs during the meeting. This is to provide a certainty to the development community when housing stock is integrated into the development application.
so the certainty that we're trying to introduce in this legislation, in this ordinance, is that the Complete Streets Commission will have no role and cannot give any opinion on any project that involves any level of housing.
Correct.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
Was that your only question?
That was
Not that that wasn't a sufficient question. That was fine. Do other colleagues have questions? Councilmember Daley.
Just briefly, on Councilmember Weinberg's question, the Complete Streets Commission will have an opportunity to help us formulate our objective standards so that we subjective aspects of approval out of the process.
Correct. I'll inform the council. We are actually taking the last sentence of program 3K to the Complete Streets Commission and Planning Commission for a recommendation of an additional ordinance which will standardize the bicycle stall storage and charging requirements, which has been somewhat of a back and forth 30 to 45 minute debate with the developer of what they will or will not do, or willing to increase when they're at the finish line of a design project. So that's one of the reasons why this needs to be standard, in order to be able to provide, again, that certainty to the developer.
Councilmember Liang, I see you have your hand up. You have questions?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I do have a question. So in here, it's talked about the consolidation of the Design Review Commission and the Planning Commission in the report. And thank you so much for the report. And I just needed to clarify that as a zone administrator, and what is the public hearing process when a hearing is conducted by you? Like, I just needed to better understand the process, notification process, and how the public will be participating in that meeting, since it becomes a public meeting, correct?
That is correct, council member.
So units of 5 units or less will be then coming to you, you'll be holding meetings in council chambers, most likely. And then I wanted to understand the notification and the process in which people will be participating.
Yeah, so council member, the notification requirements for chapter 14.76.080, nothing actually for the requirements has actually changed. So effectively, the removal of the design review commission, the reviewing body has changed to being the zoning administrator, which is myself. The zoning administrator will still facilitate the same level of review that was already being done by the Design Review Commission. The notification requirements still is what we have always done for the DRC. So effectively, any of the Zoom meetings that have been had for the last 3 years will be the same exact thing moving forward. We have not changed that notification requirement.
So does that mean you'll be posting the notice as well as City Hall, as well as notifying the residents around their 300 feet, correct?
So the notification requirements so it depends on which one we're talking about. So for the single family, essentially, which falls under the design review for chapter 14.76, doesn't require a 300-foot radius. What it requires is subsection A requires 2 adjoining property owners on each side, 3 adjoining of the rear property, 5 adjoining of the front. So there's a specific kind of almost matrix of who's getting notified, but those notification requirements have not been modified.
So just to be clear then, yeah, I noticed that. So then I guess when you say you're only going to be notifying the 2 adjoining neighbors, if it's a single story, that's going to be a 2-story house, which normally went to design review. It'll just be the neighbors, the adjoining neighbors that'll be notified. And then the hearing will be conducted either virtually or in.
It would be done in person here at City Hall. Obviously, we will mirror whatever we're doing for the commission. So if that were subject to change in 6 months from now, we'll adapt and do the same. So what I'm sharing on the screen right now is 14.76.080, which is the notification requirements. The only things that have changed in this is the designation of the Design Review Commission goes to the zoning administrator and updates my working title from Community Development Director to Development Services Director.
Correct. So I guess I just needed to understand that there will still be a hearing, and even the other neighbors who are not would like to in the surrounding area would like to participate, they can participate, and then but the ultimate decision falls upon you.
That is correct, based on the objective standards which have been adopted and codified by the council.
Okay, so it's not going to be like on a regular schedule, or monthly schedule. How routine, or I guess is it based on when you get the application and then there's no timeline? I guess I just want to be clear on, it's going to be based on your schedule and what you think you want to hold the meetings.
No, so the zoning administrator hearing still would mirror our standard practice, which would be, twice a month, and it would be set dates in order to be able to, again, provide certainty as well as administratively for staff so that they know what the expectation is, so that they can actually make sure that they are sending out those certified mailers so that it's somewhat of a more known process for the community. Doing it irregularly, even if it was just the same meeting day of the week versus what is going to be the standard practice of, like, let's say every other Wednesday, that irregularity of not having it consistent would obviously create confusion with staff internally as well as for the general public. So that's why we would not do that. We would just figure out which date is going to be the best to be able to have folks potentially here in the chambers during the day.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. The other thing is, when you showed us the picture of all the returned envelopes, most times when mail gets returned, it's either because of incorrect address, zip code, or it's because then most times if it's the correct address, it'll go to the household. So can you help me understand if we are using incorrect information as we conduct mailings to the public?
So the mailings that we utilize is when it's done in-house, it's done by the assessor's tax rolls, which is based on our GIS system. So they're not getting returned from a lack of delivery in regards to not a known address. They're being returned based on the fact that, the tenant may be refusing mail, the mailbox may not be even allowing, access to, or also people literally sending back mail. So that's actually not a part of the situation, because it's always to the correct address that's known in Los Altos based on the assessor's tax rolls.
Thank you so much. I think I needed to understand that information as we approach our next our upcoming agenda item on sewer tax. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, Councilmember Fliger.
Thank you, Mayor. And I wanted to go back to the multimodal transportation section that the Vice Mayor brought up. Mr. Zorns, looking at A1, can you explain again, because I don't think it was clear, why we're limiting the review for this Complete Streets Commission to a particular perimeter around the subject property for A1?
Yeah, so I'm looking at it right now. Yeah, so specifically, the council just adopted our VMT policy. So what's been referenced previously by CSE commissioners is literature that's been provided by VTA, which is underneath the efforts to strengthen VMT mitigation measures. One of theirs that specifically calls out is such as pedestrian and bicycle improvements beyond the project's frontage. So that's a way to mitigate. That's actually not something that they're requiring. So that's actually on a project by project basis as a mitigation measure. Our recently adopted policy, as of 2 weeks ago, specifically, I'm trying to pull it up really quick for good measure, does identify our mitigation measures, which is, sorry, this one still is watermarked that says draft. But specifically, this does talk about the same type of mitigation strategies that VTA published as a part of theirs. However, theirs, in my professional opinion, is a little bit of an overreach by saying beyond the property's frontage. Again, that's something that if we wanted to get into a much longer conversation, is that there's a little bit of a nuance to that when you go beyond that reach, and that's usually when agencies do develop a fee to be able to exact money that way, to be able to make those improvements, especially when there's sometimes patchwork improvements that oftentimes occur, especially with multimodal transportation type of improvements. So realistically, we should be integrating development standards that provide the certain actual improvements for us to make sure that those improvements are actually being obtained in the frontage of each individual property, but then also conversely for the development community so that they know what the expectation is so that they can actually achieve that as a part of their project.
Okay. Thank you. And then we'll discuss this obviously later on as part of the discussion portion. And then on Section D of the multimodal transportation review, I just wanted to make sure that it's clear, and I actually looked at the housing element update language, which is a little bit different, and the Vice Mayor touched on this. Whereas the language being proposed is completely exempting review by the Complete Streets Commission versus saying that it will not be required. And I think those are two different things, where there may be some projects where we do want the Complete Streets Commission to review them. And how I read Section D, it's completely exempting, and I want to make sure I'm not misunderstanding the intent here. Because hypothetically, Mr. Zorns, let's say there is a project, a residential project or a mixed-use development project that we do want the Complete Streets Commission to review. Would Section D prohibit us from doing that?
I do believe so, yes, because it is exempting the a mixed-use development or residential product from the review of the Complete Streets Commission. I do want to draw the council to the attention of, and this is something we've talked about and touched on in other topics recently, is the designation and duties of authority. The Complete Streets Commission, established by ordinance, does not have the authority other than advisory in regards to the authority and the duties that they were established. The zoning code is inconsistent, is that then later there was amendments to the zoning code, which then tried to then increase their authority, but did not go back to actually then promoting them to a quasi-judicial branch of our city. They do not have authority to be able to require specific improvements beyond what's codified and that they have developed previously. That is further actually the intent of why we want to create these, is if we are challenged by a developer, we will not be able to require it legally. So inevitably, I don't want to split hairs with the council or the commission. I actually want to empower them to be able to make sure that we are getting these improvements that the community wants. Right now, our code is not strong. We do not have the ability to guarantee. And by wordsmithing and taking these things that have been recently integrated into projects, we will be able to achieve that. That's the ultimate goal. It's not to silence, it's to be able to actually create the opportunity for us to be able to achieve.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Zorns.
Okay, and I don't have any questions. Councilmember Liang, your hand just went up again.
Yeah, one more question I forgot to ask. Is it law that we designate only one individual to handle all the developments of 5 units or less? Because we're taking it out of a handful of individuals and just placing it under one individual to make all these decisions, grant variances for 5 units or less. Is that a state law now?
It's not a state law, but in fact, we're actually increasing the level of due process that would be awarded to a developer by creating another level of review. Yeah. My authority would be appealed to the Planning Commission, and then that authority would then be appealed to the City Council. So it's effectively actually adding another layer of potential local land use control.
So then, like, if it needs to be like maybe a panel of employees instead of just one employee making all those decisions for all these developments, can it be done if it's, you know?
Why don't we leave that for discussion?
Just a question.
City attorney, yeah, go ahead.
If the council by ordinance designates the authority to the zoning administrator, then that is the legal authority. Many cities have this process, so it doesn't have to go to a panel. It can go to the zoning administrator, and I know a lot of cities have already gone to this process. So because it does cut down the time for review for these 5 or fewer homes and smaller subdivisions, smaller projects. So it is legal. This code amendment will establish the authority for the zoning administrator to act.
Thank you. I just asked these questions because not only is it educating the public, it's because we do our due diligence in helping people understand some of the questions that they might have presented. And I just wanted the public to better understand why we're doing what we're doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. I don't have any questions on this topic, but I am going to survey my colleagues because it's now 1 minute till 9. We could either take public comment and then have a break, or we can break now and come back for public comment. I wonder if anyone has any preferences. I don't know how many we have. We have 2 in chambers, and I'm not sure about online. Should we go ahead and take a break now? I'm seeing ambivalence. Everyone's ready. Everyone's okay going on, right? Okay, good. We will continue. So what I'm going to do now, yes, there comes another one. So I'm going to open the public hearing so we can take comment, and we're going to start in chambers, and we're going to start with Albert Luster, and then Albert will be followed by Mauricio Chavez, and Stacy Banerjee will be third. Oh, and let's see how many hands. I'm going to give everyone 3 minutes. Thank you, City Clerk.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Albert Lucer with the Northern California Carpenters Union, Local 405. And it's great to see that we have adopted many changes in the housing element. But we also got to think about the workforce that's going to do the projects in the community. I'm here to speak about the need of area standards implementation in our next housing element. Area standards include livable wages, healthcare, apprenticeship, and local hire. The importance of having a livable wage is because it helps our working men and women being able to balance the wages with the current inflation that has skyrocketed in the last few years, to be able to afford rent in our community and to provide basic needs for his family. Since healthcare is a necessity for all humans, we cannot have our members of our community not seek medical attention because their employees does not provide any medical healthcare. Instead, they become a burden to our system. Our apprenticeship programs provides a pathway for minorities, women, and at-risk youth into the construction industry. It gives the working class citizen the skills, the craftsmanship, and also a shot to the American dream. By hiring locally ensures the citizens have more time to spend in with their families and being involved in the community instead of spending time on the road and trying to make ends meet. I would like to ask our community and our elected officials, what are we doing to ensure that we include area labor standards in new housing elements? Are we going to adopt the same labor standards as our neighborhood cities, Redwood City and Menlo Park, in our new housing element, which includes local hire, apprenticeship, and local and livable wage? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lustre. Mr. Chavez, and Ms. Banerjee will be our last speaker, if I'm looking at the cards correctly. Yeah. Well, our last speaker in the chambers. Yes. Go ahead.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, council members. My name is Mauricio Chavez, and I was chosen to be a representative of the 36,000 carpenters in the union here in Northern California. And right now I have the pleasure of representing the 4,000 carpenters in the union in Santa Clara County. I graduated high school, I joined the Army, did my time, got out, made $9,000 my first year out. Started working with a non-union contractor, and I met this lady who, after a certain amount of time, she said, "You need to do something with your life or I'm gone." I took that to heart, Googled apprenticeships, came across Helmets to Hard Hats, which is a program for veterans to enter into the trade unions. 2 weeks later, I was making more money than I had ever made in my life. Every time I got a raise, every time I advanced through my apprenticeship, I got another raise. The health care is kicked in. The retirement package kicked in. We've been married for going on 12 years now. We have an 8-year-old son. He has ADHD. He was getting in trouble at school. He wasn't getting the help we needed. But through the health care benefits that we get through the union, we were able to get him the help that he needed. He's now going on 3 months on his medication, and it's a complete 180. I mean, you wouldn't even know this kid had ADHD. The retirement package that we have allows me to retire with dignity and grace. A coworker of mine, when I worked at Kaiser in Richmond, dropped dead at the tackle box in the morning of a heart attack in Kaiser. He joined the trade late. in life, later in life than I did and most do. But that didn't stop him from working every day until he literally died on the job. The apprenticeship program teaches us to do things like the base molding, the stairs, making dialysis, making buildings, making things that last for 50 decades, not 50 decades, but decades on end. And the relationships that you build during your apprenticeship last your entire 20, 30, 40-year career. The local hire not only guarantees that people get to work where they live, but it also guarantees that contractors aren't trafficking workers in from across state lines, from across county lines, from across city lines. It also has the added benefit of reducing greenhouse effects by making people not travel so far to get to work. I ask that you adopt these labor standards in your housing initiatives in the future. If not tonight, I know it might be a little late, but moving down the line, I'd love to have a conversation about labor standards and how you guys can help implement the working classes not being diminished. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you, Mr. Chavez. Ms. Banerjee.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you also to the previous speakers and for their taking time to be here tonight and share those comments with us. I'm usually a good speaker, but that's hard to follow because it's real and it came from things that have to be said. Anyway, I'll just change tack. I'm the chair of the Complete Streets Commission, and I'm here on a different purpose. Last time the council had a joint meeting with the commission, Mayor Meadows, you had suggested that the commission take a look at the housing element. We put it in our work plan. That has never been brought to our commission, and we have not had any input on that. And I want the council to be aware of that as you consider what you're considering this evening and considering the rest of my comments. I think you are moving really fast on some major changes that are stuck in a few red lines. And as I said last week, where you heard me only on the phone, there hasn't been any feedback on the commission about, or the chair, about this or other changes. With that said, I support objective standards. I think the commission does. We've been asking for them, for more of them, for transportation specifically. I think when the city went through objective standards changes, we didn't do a lot of transportation related ones. It's overdue. The bike parking ordinances are the first ones. They stem off of work that VTA recently completed in updating bike or parking standards. It's not the only one we need, but it's the only one that I know of that's forthcoming in the plans. So what is the plan for the comprehensive transportation objective standards? We need something that's holistic. Next, with respect to transportation demand management, and also can we get adjacent, can things on adjacent areas or even areas in quarter-mile, half-a-mile radiuses, et cetera, be funded by a developer? The VTA thinks so. The VTA recently, earlier this year, or actually last year, received a grant from the state to advance the VMT work they're doing for our county. And I think we should understand a little bit more why our city staff thinks that that's not the right way and that we have a better way here before we approve something, because I'd love to know that. And I think the other thing that I'll finally say is our commission has been asking for years, probably since before I was on the commission, which is, I think, maybe 5 years now, 6 years, to look at the transportation impact fees or other fees we can charge developers for transportation. When I look at the park ones, a lot of money. When I look at the arts one, it's more than transportation. So something has been out of balance for years. Thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you, Ms. Banerjee. So I'm not seeing any other comments here in chambers. So City Clerk, over to you.
Thank you, Mayor. I see 2 hands raised. Our first speaker is Dwight, followed by Teresa Morris. Dwight, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, my name's Dwight Wrench. I'm a resident of the county in the sphere of influence of Los Altos, bordering on the PCF properties. And I wanted to address a new addition that's just shown up in these red lines in paragraph 14.78, the requirements for design review. There's a new subparagraph D, which relaxes the standard for design reviews for public community facilities, PCF districts. It removes the need for a design review for projects that are less than 1,000 square feet, which is different than all other zoned areas which have the 500 square foot exemption. So I don't really understand why this was added or why it was needed. And I believe that to protect the neighboring properties, the PCF district should be subject to the same requirements as everyone else. That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Wrench.
Our next speaker is Teresa Morris.
Good evening. Yes, it's Teresa Morris. I am a Park and Rec Commissioner, but I'm not speaking as a Park and Rec Commissioner this evening. And are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. I am always hopeful that the City Council and feel that the City Council is mindful of what is best for the residents. That is always my focus when I'm thinking about speaking and what I want to say specifically. And for that reason, I am extremely concerned about the return mail photo that was shown this evening. Instead of assuming the return mail means reduce the range, keep the range and figure out how to reach the residents that are meant to be reached in the 1,000 foot range. It's important particularly in the housing situation that we reach more people, not fewer people, because the housing situation is going to be a very hot topic as things move forward and the density becomes even tighter than it is now. And people are going to be surprised. And I think we have to figure out how are we going to reach them. I'd also like to ask if the photo, and I know you can't answer, but if the photo is actually just from one mailing or if it's a multitude of mailings and that's just where the extra ones end up. We need to figure out why they're coming back. Look at the addresses, figure out if it's repeat addresses, and so on and so forth, as opposed to kind of throwing the baby out with the bathwater on that one. So with all due respect, I do hope that we figure out how we can reach the people that need to be reached. Also, just as an aside, I really appreciate the speakers that have been showing up regarding the builders and what they're asking for. And I hope that the city will consider working with the organizations and making sure that we support local and fair wage workers. Thanks so much for the conversation and the time. We appreciate all of the insight that all of you bring to the table and also your thoughtfulness on this topic. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Morris.
And that concludes our public speakers on Zoom, Madam Mayor.
Okay, then I will go ahead and close the public hearing and the comment. And with that, I think it would be a good time to take a break. I do want to survey my colleagues one more time. After we finish this item, we'll have 2 discussion items left. I think that we can get through them. Just want to check and see everyone's game. So we do intend to cover our full agenda tonight. We will take a 10-minute break, or call it 12, and resume at, what does that make it? 9:25. All right, we're on break. Thank you.
Recording.
Okay, one more minute if everyone can collect themselves. Collect themselves. You like that word vestibule, huh?
Nothing came through.
Okay, so I'm gonna
Recording in progress.
call us back to order. Thank you, everybody. So before break, we had just finished public comment and closed the public hearing on item number 5. So with that, then we're going to bring it back to council for discussion. And do I have a colleague who would like to go first? All right, the vice mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you to staff for the report and for the work that you've put in implementing the housing element. Overall, I think that the proposed legislation, the proposed ordinance is very well taken. What I like about the majority of this ordinance and the resolution that we looked at previously is that it really traced well the housing element. This ordinance, I think, largely does the same thing, but I'm not convinced that I just lost it. I'm not convinced that the sections we talked about a moment ago, the design review sections 14. Excuse me, I thought I had it up. Yeah. So I would support the proposed ordinance with the exception of removing section A1 and section D out of chapter 14.78.090. Subsection A1 is the language that would bar the Complete Street Commission from opining on anything beyond the parcel, and section D would bar the Complete Streets Commission from giving an opinion on anything other than an entirely commercial property. Looking at program 3K, which staff directed us to look at, the very first sentence of that paragraph of that program says, an application for city council design review is subject to a multimodal transportation review by the Complete Streets Commission as part of the approval process in order to assess potential project impacts to various modes of transportation. I know that when I first looked at that section of the housing element, that jumped out to me as saying, we're going to get community input, we're going to get commission input into the multimodal transportation requirements and impacts of any development that comes before the city. That's what we have been doing. I think it's what we should be doing. I think it's what the residents expect us to be doing. Frankly, I think it's what developers are also expecting, and to be blunt, I think it makes common sense. In response to some of the comments that we received from staff, I want to read a section from a report that the VTA gave in January of last year. Then this was, VTA staff gave it to the TAC, the CAC, the BPAC, and the VTA PAC as well. That language, so that report says, VTA and member agency staffs are now beginning to strategize on how to identify and implement more effective VMT mitigation measures. Measures to reduce VMT from development projects may include changing the project land use, e.g. increasing the percentage of affordable units in a residential development, adding multimodal infrastructure such as pedestrian or bicycle improvements beyond a project's frontage, reducing the amount of automobile parking and/or including transportation demand management measures such as transit passes, van pool incentives, and pricing of workplace parking. Simply put, I think that the language that staff proposed in our 14.78.090 goes above and beyond what Program 3K actually says. I think that There's some pretty good cover for us in that VTA report, which is just barely a year old. And having watched the CSC and the Planning Commission have joint meetings, I think it's been very useful, not just for staff and the developer, but quite frankly, when the Complete Streets Commission opines on what our Complete Streets Master Plan says, on what the objective standards are going to be, it informs the planning commissioners. Our planning commissioners are very skilled. I have a lot of respect for them. They know the code. They certainly know the code better than I do. They're very good at what they do, but they are not experts in everything. I do think that our Complete Streets commissioners are experts when it comes to multimodal transportation best practices. They are experts. They should be experts in what our code says, and I think that their opinion and their input informs the Planning Commission. And having them meet in a joint meeting with the Planning Commission doesn't add an extra meeting to the 5 meetings that we're allowed to give a developer. It's a process that I think has been beneficial. It works well. So with the exception of those 2 subsections, I would support the resolution as drafted.
Vice Mayor, can you, not the words again, just which are the 2 subsections you mentioned? D and
14.78090 A sub 1 and subsection D of that same section. And those are located on pages, bottom of page 5, top of page 6 of the attachment, on the PDF. On the PDF that I downloaded, it's pages 58 and 59.
okay. Next, who else would like to? Councilmember Daley.
It's not very common for me to disagree with my esteemed colleague, but this is one of those rare instances. I am a supporter of multimodal transportation optimization. I believe in biking and walking when you can avoid driving your car. This isn't really about that. This is actually about whether or not we should have objective standards that apply to all developments and streamline the process, or whether we should take project by project review of those aspects. And I think that the intent of the housing element and HCD's direction to cities is to streamline the process, to use objective standards where we can, and to eliminate subjective review where we can. And so I think we ought to keep 14.78.080, I'm sorry, 090, A sub 1, and D. And other than that, I don't have any other comments.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Flagger.
Thank you, Mayor. So it's my turn to disagree with Councilmember Daley, but I hope we can have a robust discussion to really understand what's being proposed by the Vice Mayor, because I support what the Vice Mayor is saying. Looking at A1, it's very limiting. And if we were to adopt this tonight, we would limit the purview of the Complete Streets Commission, which I think would put a city at a disadvantage of the areas within which they can consider. By taking it out, and I actually was going to propose modifying it, but I like where the Vice Mayor is going. By taking it out, we're saying to our Complete Streets Commission, working with the staff, that we're going to rely on their expertise to recommend improvements on areas that are related to a project, as opposed to limiting the area to immediately adjacent to the subject property. And we have the experts, and I know Chair of the Complete Streets Commission mentioned it, and the Vice Mayor did, where we have the VTA also supporting that position, where depending on the project, you may need to look outside of those areas. So if we were to adopt this, we would be limiting ourselves, putting the city at a disadvantage, and also being inconsistent with the regional board that oversees multimodal transportation and other areas in our county. So I really think A1 as drafted does a disservice to the city. It puts us at a disadvantage. And so I support either completely taking it out or revising it so that it gives the Complete Streets Commission flexibility where, depending on the project, and if they think it will benefit our community, that they are able to look outside of that immediate adjacent area. On section D, again, I was prepared to make some word changes for D because, again, I think it's too prescriptive, and it's also inconsistent with the housing element update language. One, as we know, we're not there yet with the applicable objective standards. We're still working on them. And so if you look at the housing element update language, it says the develop of standards which haven't happened yet will no longer require housing development projects to be reviewed by Complete Streets Commission. If we were to adopt this tonight, it's already prohibiting them from reviewing any project. So I think the first thing we need to do is to make sure that we develop the standards that are required. Even after we have developed all those standards, I do think we want to give our Complete Streets Commission some flexibility where we may not require that they review all residential and mixed-use developments, but there may be some projects that as a council, we want them to review. And so the way D is drafted, it is too prohibitive. We do not want to lock and box ourselves in with this language. We need flexibility here. We're going to comply with the codes and the laws. And going back to what Mr. Zorn said, if we need to make it clear that the Complete Streets Commission needs to act within its scope of authority, so basically they can't go outside of what's codified, then I'm fine with that as well. But we need to make sure that our Complete Streets Commission is weighing in or has the ability to weigh in on certain residential and mixed-use development projects if it's warranted. So I support either completely taking out A1 and D or modifying it. But as drafted, we're not there yet. It's doing us a disservice and it's inconsistent with the regional board's recommendations.
Okay.
City's turn.
I just want to clarify from what I understand about the VTA, and Mr. Sorens can chime in here too, having members strategize, and it's for VMT measures. So VMT is a different animal than housing development projects. So what you do to mitigate for VMT is much different than housing. So it really isn't a direction from VTA to affect our housing. It's wanting everybody to look at the VMT and for mitigation for greenhouse gases. So if that helps clarify something for you. But this isn't a direction from VMT to change our review of housing developments under the Housing Accountability Act or the other housing laws.
So I will ask a question next, since I don't see Councilmember Liang's hand up yet, and then I'll come to you to close. I'm probably closer to Councilmember Daley. 3K does. I agree. There's some apparent inconsistency, but not really, because if you read the second sentence, it does go to talk about streamlining the development review process by adoption of development standards, and it talks about that throughout then the rest of it. So the intention is that we're going to come up with the standards. I do agree with the point that we don't have those standards yet, so there's a gap in timing, but I think that could be addressed. I support A1. I mean, it makes sense. If these are development proposals, then the way to address things that are beyond the confines of the development proposal is through standards, objective standards that apply to everybody. So I don't see why one would go broader than that project with something that isn't in place yet. So that's, again, so timing for these objective standards is very important. So I support A1. And then as far as D goes, I'd be interested in hearing how Councilmember Fliger might have proposed altering that. And then maybe, I know Director Zorns mentioned something, but I would like, after we all finish his comments, our comments, I would like to hear his assessment based on all the comments that we've been doing, which seems to be largely focused on this section. So that's mine. I support A1, and I might be able to go, to tweak D, depending on what the tweaks are, but I do want to hear Director Zorn. So Councilmember Liang, do you have any observations you want to share?
Yes, I would. Thank you. I do understand that the language is too restrictive, but I wanted to hear from Director Zorns first, because I think as we look at modification, there are other areas I'd like to modify regarding notification. I think that we already have a policy that allows us to exceed 300 feet of notification in place, and can he, as he addresses these matters that we would like to amend regarding this policy, I'd like to have him address on which policies of notification we can exceed 300 feet. And I know that I would like to go back to the 1,000 feet notification for 14.76.080, as well as 14.78.030. So if he can speak to our concerns regarding the complete streets as well as the notification, I'd like to better understand how we would make some modifications going forward.
Okay, so I think we're all in agreement around multimodal, and Director Zorns is approaching the podium. I will, after he addresses that, I'm not sure you have any support from anyone else, but if regarding notification, but if Director Zorns wants to address that one briefly too, Councilmember Fliger.
Thank you, Mayor. So before Mr. Zorns gives staff's response, I just want to make sure he includes this as part of his response on A1, where it talks about the immediate adjacent area. How is that defined? Because as council knows, 5150 is the big project that we all dealt with for years. And we know the impact of 5150 expanded way beyond the immediate adjacent area. So if he could define what immediate adjacent means to the subject property, I'd really appreciate that as part of the consideration.
So I don't forget.
Also, one more thing, Mayor, please. As we talk about the section that he's going to address, can we put it up on the screen? Because it's helpful for the public to follow along what specific section that we are talking about.
Okay, let's see. Director Zorns, are you?
Page 89 in the packet.
I have it as 71, but maybe I was
58. Depends on when you printed the packet.
Yeah, right. Well, this I pulled off today.
So I'm going to quickly go over. I am, as I think the council is, which was stated by the mayor already. I don't have anything to add regarding an expansion or increase to notification requirements that are above the statutory obligation for discretionary review. I am going to dive into, and I do have to somewhat take a little bit of a cautionary approach to this with the council. So I am going to remind the council about housing law noncompliance. California YIMBY law is currently suing multiple of our neighboring jurisdictions, and they aren't doing it into a jurisdiction for submission to timely housing element. It's actually to also implement the housing element in which it has been adopted. The discussion tonight makes me incredibly fearful on behalf of the city for our legal compliance while we are still in a review window with HCD. I will leave it at that with the council. What I will definitely draw to, and I understand the way that this is worded, Program 3K is structured in order to be able to effectively give the legislative history of the city, as the city attorney likes to point out. Our application process for the first sentence talks about that a city council design review, which no longer exists with this ordinance. City council does not have design review authority if you adopt this ordinance any longer. The multimodal transportation review is integrated into a part of that component. SB 330, I'm going to bounce around a little bit. SB 330 and the Housing Accountability Act, unless you have a standard, which we already stretched ourselves thin in years past, unfortunately. You're right, we don't have standards for a variety of things. SB 330 and the Housing Accountability Act effectively make us unable to require anything that is not codified. So we are already left without the inability to require much of what would be asked of from that specific review on top of what's already being done. So that is inevitably why this program 3K was designed. It also then further does state to see the objective of program 3H, which is to amend and streamline the overall design review process. It was developed with the intent to be able to, like I mentioned previously, to be able to provide the empowerment and the structure for the improvements that the community actually effectively wants to see. Should the council not want to do this, we still are going to be left with any forthcoming potential reviews by the Complete Streets Commission, which as of later this month, the only thing that I'm going to be able to allow as the staff liaison for a commission where this would be before them is that the only recommendation that they have the authority to actually speak to is a forthcoming bicycle ordinance that we're going to have. When we're left without ordinance, then there is no purview. And we've talked about this recently with the Design Review Commission. We've talked about it even recently with the Planning Commission. So I really want to stress that to the City Council. One of the things that I know we're referring to, the immediately adjacent. The immediately adjacent does refer to specifically the improvements such as sidewalks, bicycle lanes, bicycle, on sidewalk parking type of, the little stalls and corrals and things of that nature. That is essentially what would be immediately in front of whatever property line we're referring to. So if we had a 3, frontages of a parcel, it would be anything that's fronting those frontages of those property lines. So yes, we could wordsmith that to whatever the council thinks would be the most easily to achieve. This is what planning staff and planners would be able to easily understand as what's immediately adjacent. But again, we can tweak that. Subsection D, to say that there is not an exception when the sentence that the development of standards will no longer require housing development projects to be reviewed by the Complete Streets Commission. Whether or not that could have been further expanded to be even more explicit in the housing element, the exceptions of subsection D does expand fully what this sentence in the housing element does actually articulate. I can pretty much guarantee, with this being my 4th housing element under the review of HCD, that is also how they will interpret that. And so I would just say heed the caution of whatever your legislative actions are with this ordinance, because we are still in review with HCD for the next 30 days.
Okay, thank you, Director Zorns. Councilmember Liang, you have your hand up. Is it?
Yeah, 2 more questions. So what you're saying is that now extend no past the 300 feet, you're saying? And then the other item, so I'll let you answer that first and have another question.
Council member, can you repeat that, because your mic or the internet connection broke out pretty bad. I only caught about every other word.
So for notification, you're stating that we cannot exceed 300 feet, correct?
No, there you do have the ability to expand beyond the 300-foot radius. However, that's not what the statute requires per the government code.
Okay, so we can exceed extension past 300 feet of notification. Okay, the other question I had was based on how it's worked, could we, okay, I guess my question would be then, could we try to take the amendments or the edits that Councilmember Flygore would recommend and then see if it would still fall under what you would consider acceptable, because then it might work for all of us. So I think what I'd like to do is better understand what edits that Councilmember Flygore wanted to make and see if that works for all of us.
Okay, so Councilmember Liang, I'll take back the meeting then and try to get us on track to reach resolution on this. So Councilmember Liang is focused on two items, one of which the rest of us are also focused on. The proposal in front of us is the statutory requirement for 300-foot notification. Councilmember Liang seems to want to talk about a different level of notification. Does she have any other support from anyone on council to have that conversation? Okay. So there's no support for that. So we're sticking with the 300-foot notification. So now in terms of the multimodal transportation review, I found your explanation helpful. The first sentence is the past, or the current. And then the next goes on to talk about objective standards, and it does, as you say, explicitly say the development of standards will no longer require housing development projects to be reviewed by the Complete Streets Commission. I'm willing to support it as proposed, and there may, yes, so I'm not ruling out discussion. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't think that anyone on the council or on the Complete Streets Commission would disagree that having objective standards for multimodal transportation in the city is a good idea. Form codes are good. They provide certainty. They're good for the community. They're good for developers. They're going to make the city better. I don't think anyone questions that, and I don't think anyone is advocating to keep any kind of a subjective review and vesting it with the Complete Streets Commission. We absolutely should have objective standards. So, Director Zorns, you put the fear of God into us, but putting that aside, that tactic aside, would it be appropriate for us to add language that says, upon the adoption of objective standards for multimodal transportation in the city, these two subsections will sunset?
It wouldn't hurt. I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to lie to the commissioner, to the community, as I've had very transparent conversations since I got here last May. There is nothing in our code today that is enforceable for the Complete Streets Commission. The chair of the CSC has even attested that they have been asking the CSC, I'm assuming liaison, to be able to utilize their authority from staff level to work on those and bring those forth for future recommendation to be integrated into zoning. I guess I turn it back to almost the rhetorical question. What if someone were to ask me to build a home, what's your setback? It's 20 feet in the front, it's 10 on the sides, it's 35 in the back. For your Complete Streets requirement, I'm really struggling with that because the HAA and SB 330 are really explicit, and it does really require us to have integrated standards. That's one of the reasons why a lot of folks submit for preliminary applications, so that they can vest themselves into the way of the rule as well as the fees that are in effect at that time. We don't have that, and I'm shocked by that professionally because I feel like that's something that should have been done quite some time ago, but That's where I'm struggling with, because I want the community to get the benefits and the improvements from these developments, but we're not there. We don't have it. That's what we need to work on, regardless of if that language is integrated into the amendments as proposed are done. We're not going to be able to actually require that as a part of a development application. The developer does have the ability to be able to go to the courts and ask for relief, which is what has been currently going on in our, current climate.
Are there any?
Do you want to? No, you go ahead.
I do not speak for the city.
CA, CM, it's alphabetical, right?
I thought Gabe was going to chime in. So I understand, and you can verify this, is Complete Streets was working on objective standards, and that was my understanding when Eric was working with staff. They were working on objective standards, just like they worked on BMT, and then BMT went to staff, and then we brought it to council.
So, Vice Mayor, if I understand, what are you suggesting you'd be comfortable passing what is proposed tonight upon the adoption of objective standards by this council as recommended by the Complete Streets Commission?
I'm sorry, say that one more time, please.
Are you saying you'd be comfortable with what's drafted tonight, as long as there were objective standards recommended by the Complete Streets Commission and adopted by council before this went into effect?
I think the answer to your question is yes.
So, we'll see if we get head nods here, but if that's where council's trying to go, because we do need to create certainty in the housing element, and council has agreed to what was submitted in the housing element, we don't have to have program 3K in place until December of 2023. So we could adopt tonight and not take effect until objective standards are adopted by council, but no later than December of 2023.
So are you suggesting then that we can adopt this as is, but in the event that there are objective standards that are adopted by the city council as proposed by the CSC, then the two subsections which are troubling me would be we would take those out of the ordinance, or they would not become effective?
We could do it that way. Alternatively, we could adopt everything else this evening and return with these two items no later than December of 23. But council has agreed with the state to implement this. So that would give a definitive timeline to the Complete Streets Commission to approve or recommend objective standards for approval to the city council.
I like that second recommendation. I would be very comfortable with that.
Yeah, what I would recommend, though, in regards to the way that we formulate this, is if that's a motion that carries with the council, is to incorporate a whereas that makes this ordinance become operative fully upon January 1, 2024, which means then staff has the next 10 months to do their job, regardless of if that happens or not. It provides a certainty to the state, which is ultimately what we need to do. And then it provides an explicit, essentially, action plan for the commission liaison and the CSC for the next 10 months to be able to ensure that they get their work product completed into the planning commission and then to the city council.
So I'm going to make it, then I'll come to you next, council member. So I'm a little puzzled by this because we are making changes where Design Review Commission is melding with Planning Commission, which means it's going away. Planning Commission's remit's changing. City Council's remit is changing in all sorts of ways, and yet we have a problem with changing the Complete Streets Commission. I just don't get it.
And Mayor, I don't I think we're putting the cart before the horse. And I was actually, I appreciate what Mr. England proposed, because I was looking at the city attorney, because I had language similar to that and I wanted to get her blessing. I think we're putting the cart before the horse, because I 100% think once we have our objective standards adopted, then the role of the Complete Streets Commission, similar to the Planning Commission, similar to the City Council, and similar to the soon-to-be no more Design Review Commission, will have to change, right? We want to streamline our processes, but we're not there yet, and we're taking away a role that's critical currently, even before we have the objective standards in place. And so I appreciate Mr. England's suggestion to change the language or just completely take it out, and we work on with the Complete Streets Commission this year. Hopefully they'll make it their priority to get these objective standards done. Then we can do exactly what you're saying, Mayor. I just want to clarify, are we saying that by taking it out or changing the language, that would address A1 and D, or just D?
Well, I would defer to Director Zorns and how he wants to move forward, but I would suggest that the less we change on the fly from the dais, the better. So it would, if Director Zorns is comfortable with language saying this will be implemented January 1st, 2024, as we agreed to. In the interim, we'll work on objective standards. Then we can come back with both programs that Council has discussed tonight no later than December, so the ordinance can be adopted and implemented. So no later than November.
Okay, and so if these objective standards would also address the review area, you know, what's immediate, adjacent, and what that means, because I know of other projects that we, Complete Streets Commission and the Council, have considered that would expand beyond the area you described, and it was very valuable to have that input, understanding the multimodal impact on the neighborhoods that would be outside of that area. And again, all within code, all within still trying to streamline the process. But I do think it's valuable for us to stop with this section, get the right language here, and have the Complete Streets Commission and the Council and possibly the Planning Commission get these objective standards done this year, so that we can move forward.
Councilmember Liang.
Thank you, Mayor. I need to understand if it's realistic, and I need to ask staff, because when we decided to move forward to adopt objective standards, we had to get a consultant on board to do so. So will we be getting a consultant on board to make these objective standards? And then I got to.
Can the city attorney answer that question? I think
So,
Dave can.
Councilor Liang, no, we wouldn't bring consultants on board. Staff would bring proposals to the Complete Streets Commission to review, improve, change, and make a recommendation to the City Council.
Okay, I just need to be able to be clear on who is then going to be truly designing these objective standards and making sure our timeline is realistic. And if we are not able to have the objective standards within the time we're stating, then what happens?
Councilor Liang, if we didn't have objective standards that the council would adopt, this program would have to be effective January 1st, 2024, per what we submitted to Housing Community Development.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I'm not sure exactly where we are with this. With just this one item. Councilmember Flagger or Director Zorns, what have we, can someone tell me what we've agreed on?
My recommendation, which I believe the Vice Mayor was nodding to, concurrence is to proceed with the ordinance as proposed, but incorporate in someone's motion an additional whereas that explicitly states the operative date of the ordinance becomes January 1 of 2024. That ensures compliance with what has been proposed. Okay, well that's where I was going. So I'm going to leave it to you guys, and I'm going to correct if we are going down the rabbit hole. So
it's not the whole ordinance. It would just be this provision.
Right. It's just the provision of the section that we're talking about.
Oh yeah.
So I would say just say the whereas component is the operative date is January 1, 2024 for multimodal review. That's where we're at. And I also want to further also expand is that we're talking about improvements that are in the public realm. These aren't inherently things that are private improvements on private property. These are immediately adjacent. That doesn't mean that the Complete Streets Commission's purview is diminished. It's our realm. It's our property. We can review whatever we want to. We're talking about an exaction against a developer, whether or not it's of a land dedication, whether or not it's by fee, which I've alluded to. We're going to be working on that later this year. That's fundamental to something that we inherently don't have in this city other than a traffic impact fee. But there's other fees that can be assessed to development to actually fund the improvements that we're talking about on a case-by-case basis. So the purview to actually review these projects it's not taken away. But there is no, as I mentioned before, this is an advisory commission. They do not have quasi-judicial authority in Los Altos by ordinance. So effectively, what was integrated into the zoning code is not consistent with the powers and duties vested by the council. So we also further have to go back and redo that as well, which we already talked about that we're going to be doing. But so the review and purview still exists, but it's not going to be something that is arbitrary and capricious and applied against a development application. That's what this ordinance achieves.
Okay. So, yes, go ahead, council member. Yeah.
You said the streets are still our property, and the Complete Streets Commission can always review certain.
Microphone, please.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Liang, and to the public that didn't hear that. Director Zorn said that the streets are still public property, and the Complete Streets Commission always has the opportunity at the council's discretion to review circulation or any other dynamics pertaining to that public property. What this ordinance does is it removes the contingent relationship between the permit and that review, right?
Mm-hmm. That's correct.
And there is no statutory authority for the Complete Streets Commission to have that, to be in the position to hold up a project based on that.
That is correct.
And what is your feeling as to how this might be litigated under affirmatively furthering affordable housing or any of the other language around intent that is still sort of yet to be fleshed out as to how it would apply?
So the one part that I'm going to hit nail on the head is housing law has become increasingly more and more complex. However, the legislative intent prevails in court, and it has for the last 6 years. The legislative cycles have grown increasingly more and more progressive and has not regressed at all with housing law. So I would say is when we read the legislative intent of any of the SBs, ABs that get passed, that is what prevails in court, and we need to be cognizant of that. I know that that's not always the favored approach. However, what we have provided the council tonight in this draft ordinance is consistent with our housing element intent, the program 3H and 3K, as well as housing law.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to ask, we need to wrap this up. So what I think I'm hearing is that we're going to adopt this tonight, but we want to include some language regarding 14.78.090 that says it will go into effect effective January 1st, 2024.
Yeah, so the action tonight would be introduce the ordinance as proposed with the certain amendments. And that amendment, I wouldn't put it in a whereas, I would put it in the actual section and say that this section will become operable if this happens or that happens, and I can work with staff on that. But I want to put it in that actual section and don't lose it in a whereas, because.
Okay, I think the mic walked away from you.
Oh,
So basically you're saying that the timing of 78.090, the language would go in that section and you'll, yeah.
Yeah, that subpart D, I believe it would be, or I'm confused now, but yeah.
Well, I think D was the biggest issue.
Yeah, D's the big issue.
All right, so Councilmember Flagger, can you bring
So-
us home?
I just wanted to clarify something, Mayor, and I won't take up a lot of time. So I agree. I think what the city attorney is proposing addresses D, and including the language here would address that. And once we adopt objective standards, then that exception language would apply. I'm still not comfortable, and I think A1 is a little bit different from what we've been talking about. And Mr. Zorn's added some clarity here, which I don't think is reflected in the language, because how I read this language was the Complete Streets Commission would no longer be able to recommend improvements outside of the immediate adjacent area. And what I'm hearing him say is, no, they still can make advisory recommendations. It's just that they can't require it and make the permit contingent on the developer doing those improvements. And I think if that's the distinction, that's not clear in A1 language, because I'm comfortable with that, because they do not have that they don't have that authority. I understand that. But the way it reads right now, it gives the impression that they can't even recommend improvements outside of the immediate adjacent area. So. Right, they can't, right, but that's not what it says. So, and we know when we adopt this ordinance, this is it, guys. Like, we need to make sure it's clear and it can be applied, and we don't have to come back and revisit it in 6 months.
So what I'm going to further just clarify is that because this lives in zoning, this is the application for the planners. This is for when it goes to planning commission. This is, I mean, if we had a complete streets code, that's what we would have. That's where maybe some of that language would live. But we can further clarify and designate when we clean up the roles and duties of authority for the commission itself. This is for zoning, though, and that's where, unfortunately, over the years we've integrated things into this code that it doesn't live here. It lives elsewhere, and it never was created correctly. We have to clean it up now.
Thank you, Mr. Zorn. It's very helpful. So if we can clean it up in that, I agree, so that they understand they could still weigh in on other things.
And Mayor, the good news is whatever the motion is tonight, council will see again in 2 weeks. So if it's not crafted exactly the way council wants, we will have the opportunity to make sure that these two items are locked down before approval, or consideration, I should say.
Yeah.
So if council is comfortable, then we would ask that we approve the ordinance with the direction to reflect the changes in the two areas council has discussed tonight. The city attorney will craft that in the appropriate places, send it back out to council for consideration on second reading.
Okay.
Yeah, so the action tonight would be introduce the ordinance and then with those changes, and it would come back for adoption at the next meeting.
I support this approach, and I'm going to ask for a motion in a moment. I just want to make one comment. We're, again, about some of the things we're getting rid of. We got rid of third-party architectural review because it was a review that nobody had to actually do. So I don't support having people do things that we can't require them to do, but we're going to have them go through the process anyway. So I think A1 should stay as it is, and then, I think they have direction. So can I have a motion to introduce the ordinance? Does anybody want to make that?
If I find the language,
Yes.
I will.
Yes, let's see if we can find it.
Yeah, the agenda is not quite accurate. It says approve, but it should be introduce an ordinance and waive further reading of ordinance. Amending those sections.
And
Chapters 2.08, 12.4.
Okay, Vice Mayor has found it. Okay.
So are we clear? I mean, I just need to ask. I think we're all clear that A1 is acceptable, but are you just wordsmithing A1 now?
No, we're making a motion to introduce the ordinance, and it will come back to us in 2 weeks, and we will see. I think staff has direction for the conversation that we've had, and we will get another chance to look at it in 2 weeks.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I move that the council adopt ordinance number 2023-blank, which is included in the packet for today's meeting, entitled An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of Los Altos, amending chapters 2.08, 12.44, 13.04, 14.76, and 14.78 of the Los Altos Municipal Code to implement certain provisions of Program 3H of the Sixth Cycle Housing Element Update, with the amendments to Chapter 14.78 that were discussed earlier this evening.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Second. Councilmember Daley, second. All right.
Madam Mayor,
yes.
if I could clarify, I think I heard you say introduce and waive further reading rather than adopt. Is that what I heard?
Yes.
We're introducing and waiving
Yes.
further reading.
That is exactly what you're right.
Introduce and waive further reading. Thank you for clarifying. That was garbled, yes. Okay, so City Clerk, would you take the vote, please?
Thank you, Mayor. Members of the council, if you're in favor with the motion made by our Vice Mayor, please answer in the affirmative. Councilmember Flagger.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Liang.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Daley.
Yes.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Weinberg.
Yes.
Thank you, and Mayor Meadows.
Yes. And
Thank you.
Thank you to everyone for this discussion. I realize for the audience who's waiting for other items, it's been lengthy, but it was important. So we're going to move on to the discussion items. Number 6, which is to talk about the sewer rate study report and to direct staff to proceed with Proposition 218 notice process. And Ms. Fairman is here to walk us through the item.
Good evening, Mayor Meadows, Vice Mayor Weinberg, and members of the City Council. I am Aida Fairman, the Director of the Environmental Services and Utilities Department. Virtually tonight with me are Jordan Taylor and Alan High Street from MBS, who will assist me in the presentation and will help me answer any questions that you may have. The main purpose of this presentation is to provide information regarding the Proposition 218 process and the role of City Council, which I will cover at the beginning. And then Jordan Taylor and Alan will cover they will present the sewer rate study. The recommendation to City Council at the end of our presentation will be to approve the sewer rate study and direct staff to proceed with the Proposition 218 notice process. Proposition 218 was a November 1996 voter initiative that added provisions to the California Constitution to establish processes by which public agencies can raise fees for public services. Proposition 218 created a new subset of fees and charges known as property-related fees. Sewer service charges are property-related fees. Property-related service means a public service having a direct relationship to property ownership. Proposition 218 provides that a property-related fee may not be extended, imposed, or increased by any agency unless it meets a list of requirements, including a sewer rate study. This rate study was prepared by MBS. In a few minutes, the MBS team will be going over the approach, financial plan, cost of service, rate design and proposed rates, bill impact, and the next steps. Proposition 218 requires cities to mail a public hearing notice to every property owner 45 days prior to holding a public hearing, during which the City Council considers whether to adopt the changes. 50% plus 1 of the properties in Los Altos constitutes the majority needed to protest the proposed rates. Without a majority protest, the City Council has the legal authority to adopt the proposed rate changes and as dictated by Proposition 218. Based on successfully meeting Proposition 218 balloting requirements, the City Council should proceed with implementing the rates included in the sewer rate report for the next 5 years. These rates are intended to ensure the continued financial health of the city's sewer utility. If sewer rates are not increased, the City of Los Altos won't meet its contractual obligations to the cities of Palo Alto and Mountain View and could get sued and will not be able to discharge its sewage into the Palo Alto treatment plant. If the system at the plant would eventually fail, there will be environmental and public health impacts. Therefore, the state and federal agencies would issue fines and other sanctions to bring cities into compliance. Again, staff recommendation tonight is for City Council to approve the sewer rate study and direct staff to proceed with a Proposition 218 notice process. A public hearing and protest balloting process is scheduled for a future council meeting on June 13, 2023. And those are the next steps required to adopt new sewer rates. I will now ask Jordan Taylor to present the sewer rate study, and we will take your questions at the end. Thank you.
Thank you, Aida. Thank you to the council and the mayor and vice mayor. My name is Jordan Taylor. I'm here from NBS with Allen High Street, and I'm going to go ahead and share my screen with a presentation. All right, is everyone able to see my screen okay? Okay, excellent. So Aida just gave us the purpose of the presentation and a Prop 218 overview. And now what I'm going to talk about is our approach to the rates, and which constitute a financial plan, a cost of service, and a rate design. Then I'm going to talk about the impacts to the bills and the next steps. Okay, so our approach is based on a 3-step process. The financial plan, which compares the current sources and uses of funds and determines the revenue needed from rates. This is called the net revenue requirement. Then we look at the cost of service, which proportionately allocates the costs across customer classes. And then finally, we look at the rate design, which considers what rate structure best meets the city's needs. Now, this approach is based on an industry standard manual of practice 27 from the Water Environment Federation, and it's widely used across the industry in the nation. So first, I'll get into the financial plan. So like I said, the financial plan estimates the costs needed to be recovered from rates. This is called the rate revenue requirement. And these costs include your operating and maintenance, your debt service, any planned capital projects, as well as making sure you reach your target fund balances. The calculation for the rate revenue requirements is just that, O&M plus debt service plus capital minus your non-rate revenues. So those are your customer service, your billing, mailing, etc. So there are 3 main funds that we looked at, and their target reserves as well. The first is the operating and maintenance fund, which we are recommending to have an estimated target of 180 days of costs. This does include Palo Alto O&M costs, and we're looking at a 5-year average of about 4.15 million as a target reserve here. The second fund is the Capital Reserve Fund, and we are recommending a target equal to the annual capital expenditures. Now, this fund excludes the Palo Alto minor CIP costs because those are broken out into a third fund. So the 5-year average on the Capital Reserve Fund is about 3.37 million. And lastly, we have the Palo Alto fund target. So this is equal to the average annual forward projection of their CIP costs. And the 5-year average is about $640,000. So it's notable to mention these are the same targets as are set currently. So we're not recommending anything different than what is already in place. So why are rate increases needed? There's several reasons why these rate increases are needed. And the biggest driver is capital over the next 5 years. So the city is expecting 20.8 million in expected CIP costs over the next 5 years. 17.7 of that is for the Los Altos capital expenses, and the additional 3.1 are for Palo Alto expenses. Also, operating expenses are rising. The Los Altos expenses are quite a bit higher since 2018 when the last study was done, and they're also budgeting higher O&M expenses. And as we all know, we're dealing with some pretty high inflation currently. The city is also under contractual agreement with Palo Alto for the sewer treatment. So these are unfortunately unavoidable costs that are associated with the treatment plant. And there's going to be a new debt service for some large capital costs with Palo Alto beginning 1 year after the proposed 5-year rate period. So this is something the city is looking to plan for because current annual debt payments are about $480,000 annually, and they'll jump up to 1.1 million annually after the 5-year rate period. And lastly, we want to make sure that we're restoring our reserve funds at target levels and able to have a healthy cash balance for future project expenses. All right, so changes in Palo Alto expenses have increased quite a bit, about 32% in 2018 to from about 2.5 million to 3.3 million in this year. And they're predicted to rise another 9% over the next 5 years. This is pending inflation costs, so it could mean even larger increases, but a conservative estimation of 9% over the next 5 years. And we're also expecting some large Palo Alto capital projects in the future after the 5 years. Here's a summary of the capital projects needed over the next 5 years. There is a one-time expense for a joint interceptor project in fiscal year 23-24 for the City of Palo Alto Minor CIP Fund. And that is why in that last line there before the total, you'll have 1.2 million in the first year, followed by right around 400,000 to 500,000 after that one-time project. And you can see the total from all the projects equals about $20.8 million over the 5 years. Now, this summarizes the rate revenue requirements. I realize this table is a little busy, so I'll walk you through it. So the top portion represents a summary of the wastewater funds or the sources of the wastewater funds, your revenues. So you have your rate revenue under current rates, and then any sewer service charges not on the tax roll, and then your non-rate revenues. The green portion of the table represents our projected annual rate increases and the rate revenue with those additional rate increases. Then we look at the uses of wastewater funds. So this is the Los Altos and Palo Alto operating expenses, the debt service, as well as any rate funded capital expenses. Once we know this, we can come up with the net revenue requirement, which is in blue there, which is what we base our rates off of. Now, if you look at the second to last line in this table, that represents the deficit in cash that will be happening without rate increases, and they continually get negative each year without the increases. Where with the last line, we're looking at what the surplus or deficiency of cash would be with the rate increases, which is looking like a $4.1 million cash surplus in the 5th year. Now, this is a graphical representation of the table that I last showed. So the bars represent the expenses and the lines represent the revenues. So the blue portion of the columns, those are both the operating and maintenance expenses for the city, as well as the treatment expenses at Palo Alto. So you can see the treatment expenses are nearly half of your entire O&M budget. The debt service represents the red portion of the bars, and they will go up after the final year of 2028 in that next year when the new debt service comes about. Then we're going to look at your reserve funded capital expenses, which are the portion in yellow, and your rate funded capital expenses, which are in green. So this means that the city is using reserve funds to pay for some of the capital at the beginning of the 5-year rate period, and then the rates are having to pick up the rest of the slack as far as paying for the capital. And if you look at the solid black line there, that represents your current rates, which are not sufficient to cover all the capital needed. Now, here is a graph of the city's cash and what we're looking like as far as estimated cash balances through the 5-year rate period. You can see that we're dipping into the funds in the first few years to be able to help pay for capital and then building it back up again by 2028. This is important to maintain financial stability and make sure that there's enough cash in the accounts to cover any unexpected expenses. Now we'll look at the cost of service analysis now that we know our net revenue requirement. So in the cost of service analysis, this is where we allocate costs to customer classes based on their actual billing statistics. So we first allocate the costs across 4 parameters, which include customer costs, which again are your customer service costs, your billing, your postage. Also your flow related costs and your strength related costs, which are your chemical, oxygen, demand, and total suspended solid costs. Once we allocate costs across these 4 parameters, we allocate them further across the customer classes based on their contribution to the plant. I'll get into that a little bit more in detail later, but basically each customer puts a different amount of strain onto the system. And so that's how we are able to allocate across those different customers. Here's just a pie chart of how the costs are allocated across the parameters. So just under 50% of costs are flow related costs, 12.8 are customer related costs, and 18.8 for each COD and TSS strength costs. Now we're going to look at the rate design. So the goals included in rate design, you want to make sure that it follows the cost of service. That means it'll be equitable and non-discriminating across your customer classes. You want it to be easy to administer and easy to understand. And of course, you want to provide revenue stability. And it's notable to mention, we did not change the rate structure from what it is currently because it meets these criteria. So it makes sense to just leave the rate design as it is. And here is the rate calculation for the proposed fiscal year 23-24 rates. We are keeping a single fixed rate per EDU, equivalent dwelling unit, and also a uniform rate per 100 cubic feet, or amount of winter water use that is produced by the customer. So an equivalent dwelling unit, it represents the equivalent units of all customers compared to a single family home. So a single family home represents one EDU, where, for an example, a restaurant will have more EDUs because of the amount of food waste and other things that they put into the system that makes it more difficult for them to treat. Now here is a sewer utility bill comparison compared to regional utilities. And the proposed Los Altos rates are $696.89 compared to, let's see, Morgan Hill is $709.32. And there's some other regional comparisons there as well. And it's also notable to mention that some of these utilities are currently going through their own rate study. So these rates could potentially be old after this study. All right, so the next steps after tonight, we're looking for an approval of the sewer rate structure study and to move forward with the Prop 218 notice process. After the Prop 218 notice process, we would like to bring the rates back on June 13th for the public hearing, because this will be after the minimum 45 days of the Proposition 218 process. From here, we'll approve the annual levy report and assessment roll, and new rates will go into effect on July 1st, given no majority protest. So just to reiterate what Aida talked about at the beginning, a procedural requirement for the Prop 218 ballot is first you need to send a notice of the public hearing to all customers. There are specific parameters that need to be met in this notice. Then you'll hold the public hearing after the notices are sent and after 45 days, which here we're looking at June 13th. If no majority protest or 50% plus one, these new rates can be adopted, in which if they are adopted, they will go into effect on July 1st, 2023. Now I would like to open up for some questions.
Do any of my colleagues have any questions? No, Councilmember Liang, are you nodding your head or you're shaking? You have a question?
Yes, I have a few questions, but
right.
I can wait.
Oh, no, now I think now's the time, right?
Okay, thank you for the presentation. I'd be glad to ask my questions. So you provided some graphs demonstrating where capital improvement is needed. And I'm concerned that when we address the large capital improvement, that means infrastructure improvements. Is there a way that perhaps we can have a bond instead of raising everyone's taxes? Because then taxes never go down. So then the concern is to address the infrastructure improvements needed. And then has anyone ever done a bond for infrastructure improvements and then limit growth of taxes?
City Attorney, did you want to state that these aren't taxes?
Councilmember Liang, there's already in the rates bond payments for certain infrastructure projects. Most of the projects that we have for capital improvements and maintenance of the system should be paid for by rates as they're planned over a 5-year period. We don't want to increase the debt of the overall system when we have the ability to pay for it with rates. Additionally, even though that a bond would be cheaper initially, it wouldn't be over time. So it would increase the cost of the improvements over time.
Okay.
I-
My next
And
question,
also, just to point out, it's a small point, but this property-related fee is different than a tax. And we want to make sure that ratepayers are paying the rate of the benefit of the sewer, and that's not being subsidized by taxpayers.
okay. My next question is, you identified that people are being charged by EDUs. So it's a single family home is an EDU. What happens when someone has ADUs on their property? Are they going to be charged an EDU and then additional fee for the ADU? And then if they have multiple ADUs onto their EDUs, how are we addressing that?
Councilmember,
Yeah.
oh, go ahead,
Go ahead.
Jordan, please.
I was just going to clarify, you are correct. The charge is per EDU. So for example, a duplex would be charged the equivalent of 2 EDUs. So it would be the same charge, just multiplied by 2. Does that answer your question?
Well, this is Alan High Street with NBS. An ADU is going to be handled a little different, but it will increase the flow. So the volumetric charge will go up. But there isn't a provision right now to collect the fixed charge for that.
Yeah, so I wanted to better understand, because like in a EDU that has an ADU or 2 ADUs is essentially like a duplex, but then we're not properly charging them. Can you clarify that?
So there's a master meter, and base of the part of the equation is a base charge, but then the second part of the equation is based on flow. So those ADUs, those accessory dwelling units, are gonna contribute towards the flow part of the equation, and that's how it's gonna be charged.
Okay. Earlier, we learned that there was a problem with mailings that went out by our city. How can we be sure that the mailings are adequately reaching each household?
So, Councilmember Liang, I don't think that picture that Director Zorn showed was to show there's an inherent problem with mailings. That was the return mailings of several years for several projects that ended up in a cabinet. I think he was trying to provide just levity to the situation. We will provide mailings to the property owner and the address for the ballot, for the protest ballot.
So to make sure that people are being properly notified and these mailings are getting to their attention, are we also notifying to like the newspapers, our local newspapers, to make people aware what's coming in the mail? Or can we?
Councilmember Liang, yes, we'll notify it as a public hearing in front of the council. We also give a notice of the protest vote being held. And
No,
then
like an article in the newspaper.
This is a public
Making
hearing.
people aware.
This is a public hearing, and public hearings are in the newspaper. So our city clerk, for all the public hearings, they're included in the newspaper.
Okay, I understand that it's going to be a public hearing, but I'm just trying to make people aware that this is an envelope coming to their attention. So explaining it through like an article.
So,
Then the other question I had is, what does a protest ballot consist of? And will it be a tear off of the notice that gets mailed to individual's home, or is it will it be a separate letter that is required for people to inform us?
It's gonna be one document, and MBS can go into more detail about what's included in there, please. So basically it has the property name, the property owner's name, the APN, and it has information about Prop 218 and what is the process of protesting, the ballot. So it's one sheet of paper has maybe 2 sides, but they'll get one document.
So then will it have a tear off saying, yes, don't reply if you support this, and here's the tear off if you want to protest?
No.
So, Councilmember Liang, we would let NBS design the ballot based on how they've designed it in similar cities. We will have a FAQ providing information. We will have the APN number. We'll have the address and instructions on how to return it and where it can be returned at.
Is there a sample that they can show us tonight on the screen?
No, I do not have one written yet.
Councilmember Lian, the notice, is gonna be reviewed by our city attorney and by staff before it's mailed out. So there's a process of review of this public notice.
And then on when you send out these mailers, can there be something printed on the front of the envelope notifying people that this is important information that the household should be aware of, that it's going to be informing them of a rate increase? Can we do that? Can we highlight something on the front of the envelope going out to each household?
MBS did the last cycle mailing, and there were no issues. This is one of the things they do. So they're the experts on this, and we encounter no issues on that. So again, we can review the envelope. City attorney can review what goes out, but there has not been issues in the past. They take care of the mailer.
I can understand that, but if we feel that it's important to put a stamp on or like a print on the front of the envelope highlighting what's enclosed, can we request that?
Yeah, yes.
I don't think
Microphone? Yeah, I was just,
I think we're getting a little bit off track here.
we're a lot off track, actually. So this we can't design it for how they're going to do it. They know what they're doing, and they've been doing this for a while, I assume. I appreciate the concern, but this is a professional organization that does this all the
I can
time.
understand that, but
Yeah.
I just want to ask my questions, but I just want to get the information that I need, because then if we want to, as well as make recommendations, we can do so. But in order to do that, we need to get information. So I would appreciate some opportunity for me to ask my question.
And thank
you.
So are you done with the questions? Because this is really a process.
I am now. Thank you.
All right. So I really want to move this forward. Do any other colleagues have questions? No. So we're going to look for public comment. And I don't have any cards for anyone who wants to speak on this item. City Clerk, I see one hand.
That's correct, Mayor. I see one hand as well. Are we sticking with the 3 minutes?
No, we're going to go down to 2 minutes now, given the time of the evening. And so you can pull up that timer if you can, and we'll take Ms. Phillips.
As you stated, Ms. Phillips, you are our one speaker.
Hi. So I am concerned that the rate is going to double over the next 5 years. I think that's really horrible. We have many residents in Los Altos who are part of the senior community that are living on fixed incomes. I had written you a letter and said, my husband's medication alone, just the medication without supplemental insurance, is over $7,000 a year. And so the question I have is, number one, is there a possibility that we can get federal, state, or local grants to help subsidize this? Is there a possibility to have a senior citizen discount? That's question number one. And question number two is, when we receive the ballot, are we going to receive ballots in the mail, or do we need to proactively write letters ourselves? That is very unclear to me. Thank you.
Well, I'll answer the first one about senior rates. Under Prop 218 and the case law. Okay. And anyway, you cannot have a separate class, like senior class, to be subsidized by the ratepayers. We could and I'll turn to NBS about this because I know some cities have done certain things, but you can't discount seniors or low income at the cost of the other ratepayers. So we wouldn't be able to do that unless it came out of general fund. And I'll let NBS go further on that. The other thing is these mailed ballots, they will be mailed. You can, and it will have a protest card that would be mailed back. That's how these usually happen. And you can also come to the public hearing and voice your protest at the public hearing. And you can also send in a letter that you're protesting it, so you don't have to actually use that form, but it does need to be signed by the property owner. And I'll let NBS go into more detail.
So in terms of special discounts or anything else, you cannot cover that elsewhere. But the one exception is if you have some non-rate revenue, and the city has a little bit of non-rate revenue that could potentially be used to have some type of senior or lifeline rate. That would that's how other communities have done it. Again, you don't have a lot of funds to do that, so I'm not sure how far it would go and how you would do that. So you have a little bit of wiggle room, but not much. So that's really the one area that other communities do for that. And I think on the mailing site, you had that covered. The mailer is going to come out and it'll talk about what the rates are projected to be. It'll essentially have some of the highlights of the rate study and show what those rates are so that a customer will know what their charge is going to be by looking at those tables.
So
And basically that form would be returned.
Thank you. I'm going to interrupt right here, call my own point of order, which is we're responding to public comment, which we don't usually do to this level of depth. So I'm going to, seeing no other public comment, I'm going to close public comment and bring discussion back to council. So we've had quite a bit of information presented. Thank you for that. And we've talked about and really the question in front of us is whether or not to approve the sewer rate study report and direct staff to proceed with the notice process. So we're not deciding anything. We're going to do the big public hearing in June. So I can open the discussion, or I'd be happy to take a motion if anyone so desires. Councilmember Flagger.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll put a motion on the floor. I move that we approve the sewer rate study report and direct staff to proceed with the Prop 218 notice process.
Thank you. Councilmember Liang, are you seconding the motion?
No, I wanted to discuss an item. Otherwise, if I would like to amend the motion that when it comes back to when we approve the study and when we come back to also include some information about the non-rate revenue program, because if we choose to do so, I'd like to better understand that. If we would like to see how that could be done for seniors in our community. So if we could direct, so I would be glad to amend that.
So let me check with the city attorney. We have a motion. What the direction that the council member is suggesting doesn't need to be part of the motion, does it? I mean, I mean, isn't it just direction that?
I don't see why we wouldn't be able to ask staff. For that
Yes,
information.
right, exactly, right.
You can ask staff, but.
Right.
And I'll make a comment after you guys vote. I'm a little worried about,
What?
I'll just say it right now.
Yeah, say it now, please.
These 218 ballots, council members cannot advocate for or against a rate study. We can't use public monies. It's like a regular ballot measure. At least that's how it's been interpreted. So we can give facts, but we cannot, the council members and city staff, we can't use public money to advocate for and against. So I just want to put that out there that it is restricted. And
so
That's not what I heard from NBS. And what I learned from NBS tonight is there's opportunities that if we wanted to, we could better understand. And that when it comes back to us, I believe we'll be acting on it. So then we should better have the information before us in order to see if we want to provide something much like other cities have provided.
Motion.
Point of order, we've got a
Yeah.
motion on
Yeah.
the floor.
Yes.
And this doesn't pertain to that motion.
Yes, all right, so I'm still looking for a second for the
Second.
motion. All right, second from the vice mayor. So, city clerk, can you call the roll call, please?
Yes, Mayor. Members of the council, if you're in favor with the motion in front of you, please indicate so by answering in the affirmative. Councilmember Daly.
Yes.
Councilmember Fliger.
Yes.
Councilmember Lee Ang.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Weinberg.
Yes.
Mayor Meadows.
Yes.
Thank you all. Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, so I've had a, what's that?
I wanted to provide direction as stated earlier, if possible. I greatly appreciate it.
All right, well, let's hear what your proposal is and see if you have support for your direction.
Okay, I believe that when it comes back to us, we'll be making a decision on the rates going up, on the rate. So I would like some non-rate revenue information to see if we did want to proceed in providing some sort of senior or lifeline rate opportunities to our residents. So if that information can come forward, greatly appreciate it as we make our decisions on the rate increases.
So let me check with the city manager.
So, Mayor, for clarity, this is going to come back at the public hearing as part of the
Yes.
protest vote. If council would like to consider the non-rate revenue that we have or subsidy from the general fund, that could be done at the conclusion of the voting process. I don't want council to think it's coming back in an opportunity to alter, amend, or change the rates that we're moving forward for a vote.
Right.
So just to clarify, you're saying at that time, we can request that information?
We, Councilmember Leang, we're happy to provide the information at any point, but this is not coming back to council to alter or change the rates that we are sending out to the public for the protest vote.
Right, I'm not altering or changing the rates, but I just need to better understand that program.
Okay, then Mayor, based on that, I think we have direction.
Okay, and I'll leave it up to you to deal with it. And we've got our votes, so we're going to close this item. We need a biological break. I'm going to give us 7 minutes, 5 after 11, to go to item number 7. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Okay, we're going to
Recording in progress.
call the meeting back to order and pick up our last agenda item, item number 7, automated license plate reader cameras. So I believe our chief is going to walk us through.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to start before we get to the main event, the chief
Okay.
here. I'm just going to provide a brief lead-in. I think the assistant city manager is going to share his screen. And I wanted to start the discussion based on the policy questions that we're asking council to consider tonight. So once your screen is up. All right, so there's, you can start right on slide 1. There's 3 policy questions that we're asking the city council to consider tonight. The first is, does the city council wish to approve the acquisition of automatic license plate readers beginning with the next fiscal year? And the proposal is up to 25 cameras and up to $75,000. The reason we have the up to is we don't have the system designed at this point because we don't know if this is something council wants. So instead of putting a generic number on it, 10, 14, 21, 25, if council wants to install the license plate readers and wants to approve a pilot program, then we would design a system around the goals of the pilot program. So if we look at this as the top tier and then we waterfall down, the next slide, policy question number 2 is, do you want to approve or make changes to the proposed pilot program? Right now, we're suggesting a 1-year term, and what we're looking for is a 10% increase in crime case solvability. The chief can talk about that more in depth, but if these are not the time frame or the metrics that council finds valuable, that would be something that would impact the number, the location, the cameras that would be installed. And then the final policy question, if we get to the bottom of the waterfall, if council has decided, yes, this is something we want, yes, you have the metrics correct, then council has to ensure it's being applied properly. So what is I got to go down one more, sorry. What is the policy council would like in place? You have an adapted policy from Vallejo. It's in draft form. It would obviously need to be put in final form. Does council want to include other things in that policy to make sure that it's applied appropriately? So the last thing I'll say on this before I turn it over to the chief is that there's been some discussion that we've received that I've had personally about, oh, well, when the presentation at the town hall was made, some of the items were different. And I would say, yes, that makes a lot of sense. We have town halls, we seek feedback, and then we make changes based on that feedback. So we actually changed every one of the policy questions before they came to council tonight. The presentation initially talked about reduction in crime. That's probably not applicable, but a increase in crime solvability, maybe. We had a different policy that we were consider moving forward. We had not considered a more stringent possible third-party review. All of these things changed after the town hall, and that's why you see it in this format tonight. So with that, I'll turn it over to the chief.
Am I live? All right, there we go. All right. I don't know if I should say good evening or good morning, but hello. Yes, and good morning. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council members. Thank you so much for hearing me out this evening. Before I begin, I wanted to introduce our friend that's online, Mr. Hector Solomon Valdez. He is the Senior Community Affairs Manager for Block. And he is available to answer any technical questions that I may not be able to answer moving forward. All right, so if we can go to the next slide. So in August of 2020, I was hired as the new chief in Los Altos to help bring about change to ensure we are policing in an equitable manner to be innovative, and to strengthen the relationship and trust between our community and the law enforcement officers who serve here. As part of my commitment to the community of Los Altos, and to the outstanding employees of the Los Altos Police Department, I stand here before you to present this proposal that I strongly believe will be an objective tool we can use to assist us in our efforts to keep our community safe. And you'll notice that I'm saying our community because all of us are a part of this community. Let me first start by talking about the current reality that we are facing. As much as I would love and am trying to hire more police officers, the reality is that our police department is struggling with recruitment and retention, as are all police departments across the nation. Because of this, we are working daily with very limited resources, which then affects our ability to effectively address crime. To put this in a different way, I would like to share some data with you on just how much this is affecting our abilities. In 2022, of the 91 cases of 487 PC, which is grand theft, and also includes catalytic converter thefts, our solvability rate was 4%. In the category of 10851 VC, which is stolen vehicles, we had a solvability rate of 4%. And as it relates to 459 PC, which is burglary, it includes both residential and commercial burglary, our solvability rate was hovering around 7%. This is our reality, the reality that we need additional tools to help us be more effective. Responsible use of technology is one such tool that can enhance our capabilities and act as a resource multiplier. In particular, the automated license plate reader, or ALPR camera technology, gives us the ability to objectively, and you're going to hear me say that word many times, objectively capture evidence to help us solve crime. Objective evidence serves to further our efforts, to gain and maintain the trust of our community. ALPR cameras remove some of the human bias element because the information obtained from them is objective evidence. So how does this technology help prevent and reduce crime? The cameras serve three purposes. As a deterrent, the ALPRs discourage criminal activity from occurring in the first place. As a proactive tool, ALPR cameras send real-time alerts to police department staff when stolen vehicles, wanted persons associated with the vehicle, vehicles involved in criminal activity, and missing persons that include amber and silver alerts enter into our city. As an investigative tool, it increases our ability to solve crime after the fact by being a pointer of sorts that helps us to focus our investigative efforts. And the fact is that criminal offenders commonly use stolen vehicles to engage in criminal activity across multiple jurisdictions. Next slide, please. So what exactly is ALPR? It is a 21st century policing tool that uses both cameras and software to capture vehicle license plate numbers and an image of the vehicle. The captured license plate is compared with license plates that have been identified as either being involved in criminal activity or with license plates of vehicles associated with missing at-risk persons. This technology is considered to be an objective tool because it does not capture images of the vehicle's occupants. Next slide. It's equally important to point out what this technology is not. This technology does not capture the occupants of a vehicle. It is not used to spy on people. That was a concern that was voiced by many community members during the town hall. It does not use facial recognition because it objectively captures only the license plate and the image of the vehicle. Most importantly, ALPR is not used for traffic enforcement, immigration enforcement, to harass or intimidate others, or for personal use. Next slide, please. Okay, so we have two types of ALPR cameras. One is mobile and one is a fixed position camera. We currently have one mobile ALPR unit that is inoperable and not in use, but we have had this technology since 2013. What I am asking for tonight is for the updated version of this technology, which is the fixed position. They are affixed to a pole and placed in areas that are visible and accessible to the public. What I also want to note is that for mobile ALPR units to be effective, you need to have lots of officers in cars driving around in the community, right? Because those mobile ALPRs pick up license plates. Well, how effective can we be if at any given time, if we only have 3 police officers patrolling the city? The odds of the officers being able to capture license plates of vehicles associated with criminal activity is very low. Next slide, please. So this is the actual information that is captured from the cameras. All of these things on this slide are objective evidence. It captures things like the date, the time, vehicle location, the license plate, and vehicle characteristics, such as the make, model, type, and color. And again, what is not captured are pictures of the occupants. And this is how this differs from red light cameras, which actually take pictures of the occupants of vehicles. Next slide, please. Okay, so the system can be used in 2 ways. Number 1, real-time alerts occur when a vehicle is captured on ALPR cameras and has been flagged, or as the term is called, hot listed, as being involved in some sort of criminal activity. The system will send a notification to Los Altos PD. Either dispatch or a police officer will then run the license plate through the California Justice Information System to verify the hit, also known as CLETS, California Law Enforcement Telecommunications System. If the officer locates the identified vehicle, they will visually verify the license plate and verify that it matches the alert before taking any enforcement action. And that particular point was updated in the policy that I will talk about later. Secondarily, after a crime has occurred, for instance, let's say a residential burglary, officers have the ability to retroactively search the system to attempt to locate a suspect vehicle. This acts as a tool to help point us in the right direction and to give us valuable leads after a crime has occurred. And what's important to note here is that all searches of the system are auditable. Each time someone logs into the system, they log in using an identifier that is unique to them. They must enter a case number and a reason for the search. This system of checks and balances is already in place for all users of the California Law Enforcement Telecommunications System, or CLETS, which is the statewide system that ALPRs are tied into. Next slide, please. So as I just mentioned, the ALPR system is connected to the California DOJ CLET system, which already has a need to know, right to know protection in place to prevent improper system access. There are criminal penalties for unauthorized access. Also of note is that all queries to the system are auditable and data can only be accessed according to the limitations spelled out in our proposed policy. As far as the data integrity is concerned, the data will be securely stored and encrypted. It will not be sold to a third party, and it is auto-purged every 30 days. Next slide, please. So this is a really important point. This is transparency and accountability are 2 extremely important areas of policy concern for both the community and for myself as the police chief. This is why our policy was recently updated, which I said I will share a little more detail in a few minutes. But this set of checks and balances is critical to help ensure we are operating in a very transparent manner while also being accountable for what we do. If this policy is adopted, we will then enact a transparency portal that will be easily accessible on our website. This portal will include information such as how many cameras are in our city, how many license plates were read in the previous 30 days, how many hits were received, and how many searches were done, in addition to several other sets of data and information that are of interest to the public. Along with this, the Los Altos Police Department will conduct biannual audits of ALPR data entries, as well as seek an annual audit from an external police agency. Now, I know you're probably wondering why another police agency. Well, it's because using an independent third-party auditor is not feasible given the sensitive and protected nature of the data and the protections of the need to know, right to know already in place by California DOJ. This particular auditing strategy is currently being used by the City of Atherton and Menlo Park Police Department. And there may be others, so those are just two that I found out about. Next slide, please. Okay, so here is the policy slide. Our current policy, ALPR policy number 462, was written many years ago to address the single mobile ALPR unit that we installed in 2014 or 2013. The policy as it stands today is grossly insufficient. Let me just be very clear about that. It's grossly insufficient. It does not address the current technology, nor does it have the appropriate level of transparency, privacy protections, and accountability embedded into it. After reviewing the Vallejo Police Department's ALPR policy, which was vetted, meaning input was provided by the ACLU and other local privacy organizations, I believed that our policy needed to be updated with language that addressed the gaps in our policy. The updated policy with the added language was sent out last Friday with the staff report. Some of the highlights from the update include the internal and external audit processes, specific language addressing the prohibited sharing of information with federal agencies for the purpose of immigration enforcement, and the penalties for unauthorized access to the system, which include excuse me, criminal, civil, and administrative penalties. Next slide, please. Okay, so to give you a short recap on this ALPR system, it captures objective evidence and facts about vehicles and not about the people in the vehicles. There are criminal, civil, and administrative penalties for unauthorized use. The data is purged after 30 days to protect privacy. All queries of the system are capable of being audited. This technology is not to be used for traffic or immigration enforcement, nor is it tied to any personally identifying information. But lastly, it gives law enforcement the ability to share information about criminal activity to other jurisdictions because, as I mentioned earlier, many times criminal activity crosses more than one jurisdiction. Next slide, please. Okay, so if this policy is approved, the plan is to increase our property crime solvability rate by 10%, not to 10%. I just want to make that very clear, over a 1-year period. This number was selected as a baseline given our currently very low solvability rate for some of the crimes that I mentioned at the beginning of this presentation. I feel like this goal is both achievable and reasonable given the size of our department and the very limited number of available resources that we have right now. Finally, I couldn't do this presentation without sharing at least one success story, and I'll share one with you from our nearby neighbor, Los Altos Hills. I actually got a lot of feedback from the community about Los Altos Hills and how their residential burglary rates increased in 2022. It's important to note that the rates increased also in Los Altos, in Cupertino, and in Saratoga. Why? Well, crime is very cyclical. That's one thing we don't have control over. But we also didn't have control over the fact that South American gangs were coming into our communities and entering people's homes and stealing their stuff. So that is one reason why the property crime rates in those cities increased in the year 2022. So about 10 days ago, an ALPR hit on a stolen vehicle was received by the Santa Clara County Sheriff's Office, who patrols the Los Altos Hills. Deputies located the vehicle and arrested the 2 occupants. A loaded firearm along with burglary tools were found in the vehicle. The suspects were found to be on probation for weapons charges, carjacking, and robbery. And I'd just really like to give kudos to the sheriff's office for getting these dangerous criminals off of our streets, because I have no doubt that these individuals were most likely creeping through our city at some point. This is just one success story of many among some of our local law enforcement partners. And there have also been recoveries of missing at-risk individuals with this technology. This technology gives us an objective ability to keep our communities safe. And then I would like to just take a quick minute to express my gratitude to council and to City Manager Gabe England, thank you, for giving me this opportunity to serve in Los Altos. I have been in law enforcement for 26 years now, which means I'm well seasoned, not old. But I have always been committed to serving with equity, justice, and compassion. My commitment to community policing and to repairing the damaged relationship between law enforcement and our communities remains strong. Every decision I make or policy that I establish is done through this lens. So thank you so much for your time, and I am ready for your questions.
Thank you, Chief. All right, so which of my colleagues would like to go first with questions? Oh, all right, Vice Mayor, go right ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Chief, thank you very much for the presentation and for bringing this topic forth. I remember you and I spoke last year, and this is one of many things we talked about, and I think that it's appropriate that you brought this to us, and the potential for it to help protect the citizens of Los Altos is impressive. It's been quite a journey personally for me over the past 2 to 3 weeks, really learning about ALPRs, because the fact of the matter is I didn't know very much about it until this rose to the top of our agenda. And I have done a lot more research, I think, than I intended to do.
Me and you both.
I've learned a lot, I've gotten a lot of answers, and I've got a lot of questions. So before I get into some of my specific questions, I also want to thank you very much for answering all the questions that you got from I know that I peppered you with a page and a half of questions on my own. So
it was fun, thank you.
It took a lot of work, and I appreciate it. All right. What I understand from your presentation and from the report is that the police department suggests that the ALPRs can be objectively measured as successful if you increase, I guess, the closability rate 10%. So if we're talking about stolen vehicles that have a solvability rate of 4% and a burglary solvability rate of about 7%, really you're talking about one more case solved. That would be 10%?
No, I'm saying I want to increase that solvability rate to 14% and
Recording
17%.
stopped.
Sorry, our city clerk just lost power in his house, so I'll record on my computer.
Okay, so.
Recording in progress.
All right, thank you.
So for stolen vehicles, you would consider the policy a success if, you're talking about more than tripling the solvability rate.
That's correct.
You believe ALPRs are going to give us
I
that?
100% believe that, or I wouldn't be standing here before you.
Okay. Great. Okay, can you talk to me a little bit about the audit process that you're proposing? So
Yes.
there's 2 audits that are going to take place. One I think is going to be conducted by you,
Correct.
and one is going to be conducted by a third-party law enforcement contractor.
Correct.
So walk me through how each of the audits is going to move forward.
Okay. So let me just back up and let you know that all users of the California Law Enforcement Telecommunications System are subject to the rules that I kind of explained in my presentation, right? So DOJ actually does audits of entries into the CLET system, which the ALPR system is tied into. Okay, so let me just start with that. Now, as far as the internal audits, I put in the policy that a minimum of 10 data entries would be audited. I only put that small amount of a number just to have a baseline to start with. Because if I didn't put that in there, let's say I only, looked at 2 sets of data. Well, that doesn't paint a picture for us. That's not an appropriate number. So will it be more than 10? Most likely, especially during the first few months as we get our footing with this technology. So how that would look is I would go into the system and pull random entries and ensure that that the person who logged in with their unique identifier. B, that they put the reason that they're searching for the data, and that they attach the associated report or incident number. Those three pieces of information are critical and must be inputted into the system if an individual is going to do a query into the system. Once those audits are completed, I will publish what the findings of those audits were to the public. So what does that look like? I can't give the specifics, obviously, about the types of data necessarily that were searched, because that is protected under DOJ rules. But I can put out information as far as how many data sets were queried and what the results of those were. Were we within compliance of our policy? That process will happen twice a year. As far as using an outside agency, they will have access to our data. I will not tell them what data sets to look at. They will be completely independent to go into our system to complete a similar type of audit. And the results of that audit, which will be an annual process, will also be made available to the public.
Okay. About how often do you think the data is going to be accessed? Let's say in a year. And I'm asking you because I'm trying to understand why you picked the number of 10, I guess every 6. So how many times will be accessed in 6 months, and why do you think 10 is an appropriate number for the audit?
Well, I really don't know that 10 is an appropriate number, to be honest, because we don't have this technology right now. But having no knowledge of, how many hits we're going to get per day or per month or whatever, I have to start somewhere. And that was why I said 10 was just a number that I put in there. I am so open to changing that number. So if we find out that within a 30-day period that we have 1,500 hits and then we've done 300 searches, well, then obviously I'm going to do more than 10 searches or queries of the data. So it really depends on what our numbers are looking like once we get the information back about, how the system looks for us in our city.
Okay. If we have a data breach and someone nefarious gets all of our data, and yes, it's encrypted, what is the proposed procedure then?
Well, that's a great question, and for some reason, law enforcement seems to be under attack lately. The BART Police Department, the Modesto Police Department, and the U.S. Marshals, and the City of Oakland were recent victims of ransomware attacks. So are we vulnerable to that? Absolutely. And am I an IT person? Absolutely not. What I can tell you is that it is encrypted and it's on a government cloud AWS system. I don't know, Hector, if you want to add some more to that.
Correct. Good evening or good morning, as the chief said. Hector, Senior Community Engagement Manager with Flock Safety. Thank you for your time and questions. As far as data security, the chief is completely correct. All of the data is kept in AWS government cloud. It's end-to-end encrypted. That's some of the highest level of security that's available. Additionally, it is important to note that the data that is contained within Flock, there's no personal identifiable information. So there's no DMV records or anything associating the images of a vehicle, as the chief showed, with an individual. So that is a really important way to protect privacy in the unlikely event that that would occur. And then it's also important to note that the limited retention also assists there. So it's only a 30 days worth of images, right? So it's deleted on a rolling basis. That's also something that protects the data as well.
Okay. All right, thank you. Those are all the questions that I have for now.
Thank you.
Councilmember Daly.
Hi, Chief.
Hi.
I remember talking to you about this too. Something that I'm
Microphone.
Okay, microphone. Who can enter data? Can an officer enter a plate number and get it onto a hot list that would then flag other agencies if that vehicle enters their jurisdiction?
That's a wonderful question. So I'm pretty sure that I put this in the policy, and if I didn't, my apologies. I will make sure to update that. So the way that this is going to work is all data or all operations involving ALPR data and the system will be handled by the administrative division captain. Another layer under that will be a sergeant who will be in charge of the day-to-day operations of the system. So if an officer takes like a stolen vehicle report, the plate information is automatically put into the stolen vehicle system by our dispatchers. But as far as making an entry into the LPR system, that would have to go through the supervisor or the day-to-day administrator in order to get that information uploaded into the system.
And so I guess I'm interested in exploring the criteria that by which somebody could enter a plate number. Let me give you a hypothetical.
Microphone, please.
My microphone's on. I can't do anything about the IT. I'm sorry.
Oh, you just got to move it closer to you.
You need me to get closer?
No.
Oh, okay.
So hypothetical situation, there is a theft of catalytic converters on, Truman Avenue. Busy street, lots of cars going by. Lots of people have private security cameras or doorbell cameras and what have you. Let's say the resident says, here's my footage from my doorbell camera, and although there's no proof that this vehicle that we see on the doorbell camera belonged to the thieves, but circumstantially it looks likely, can that plate number then be entered and then?
Absolutely not. So the way that we conduct our investigations doesn't change. We still have to have probable cause to enter information into the system. We can't go off hunches or what may be. We have to go off valid factual information that we have available to us at that time. Now, what we can do maybe is put out a bulletin saying possibly involved in, catalytic converter theft. Those are called track flyers. So those are flyers that we distribute amongst our law enforcement partners. We can have an image of the vehicle and say there is no probable cause to arrest or to make a traffic stop, but FYI, this vehicle may be in your area. So we can certainly do that, but we would not upload it into the ALPR system.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Is that all your questions? Okay. Councilmember Liang, do you have questions?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Thank you so much for your detailed report. Greatly appreciate it.
Thank you.
And many of my questions were already answered by the information you provided in the report. So I wanted to ask you how much outreach has been done and what will be conducted, or what will you do to ensure that we continue to educate our community about the safety and the use of ALPRs?
So another great question. Thank you. So as the city manager stated, I did do significant outreach leading up to today's presentation. It was very important to me to get feedback from the community, which was actually invaluable because it informed the bits of information that I needed to make sure were in the presentation, because this is new technology for a lot of people and I don't want it to be scary. I want people to understand what it is and what it isn't. So we had an online town hall meeting. I think it was on February 7th. In addition, I've spoken to many community groups, including the Los Altos for Racial Equity group. I've had several meetings with them. I have met with some of our city council members, and also I've also spoken to other community groups, Chamber of Commerce, Rotary, Kiwanis. So I've been out in the community for several months, kind of, explaining that this is one of the things that I want to bring to our city. So I have done some outreach in the community prior to today's presentation.
Thank you again. And just to let you know, the information that you were concerned with regarding your policy, you did capture the fact that only sworn officers can enter data. So I just wanted to let you know you already covered all these information in the policy edits that you made. And thank you so much for doing it. My next question is, many residents already have Ring cameras. So can you explain why the pictures and the information we receive from the Ring cameras are not sufficient? Either you
Yes.
could answer that or perhaps
Well, I
Hector.
think Hector and I can both answer this. I'll just start by saying Ring and ALPR are two different technologies. Ring cameras actually bring more subjective bias into the equation because you can actually see the person, right? You can see their physical characteristics, you can see the color of their skin, et cetera, et cetera. ALPR cameras are objective, factual evidence. They capture the actual license plate that's on the vehicle. It does not capture the occupants of the vehicle. The difference also between Ring and ALPRs is that Ring is not connected to the CLET system. So if someone has a Ring camera and they get, let's say, a porch pirate that comes and takes a package, it doesn't send an alert to law enforcement to let us know that this crime just occurred. But if that person then jumped into a stolen vehicle and that stolen vehicle was captured on ALPR cameras, then we would immediately get a real-time alert that that stolen vehicle was in our city. What we can do is follow up and get the footage from the Ring camera because it's additional evidence that we can use in our case that we will send to the district attorney's office. So it is of evidentiary value, but it's totally different technology and totally different system than ALPR.
My other question is, we may be solving cases, but how about prosecuting? And is this, how much, do we have any clear data demonstrating that this ALPR information is successful in helping to prosecute individuals that are guilty of theft or burglary? And
well, we certainly do our best to work well with our district attorney partners, but we have no control on the ultimate decisions of the DA's office. And to be honest with you, we don't operate day to day by being concerned about what the DA is going to do. We have a job that we need to do to keep our community safe. We have certain things investigatively that we must do in order to prove our case, and we do the absolute best that we can to put all the evidence in the package that we then give to the DA's office. What happens from there is beyond our control. But what I can say is at the end of the day, we can look in the mirror and know that we did everything that we could to get this person off the street.
great, thank you. And one more question. The letter from Atherton police chief talked about, we're all familiar with amber and silver alerts.
Yes.
What is a blue alert?
You know, I was wondering the same thing. Do you guys know?
Oh,
I mean, I should know that. I kind of thought that's what it was, but I forgot to look it up. I'm sorry. Yeah, so a blue alert is when a law enforcement officer has been assaulted.
oh, okay, good to know. Thank you so much. I just didn't know what that was.
Thank you.
Councilmember Flagger.
Thank you. And thank you, Chief. I'll echo the thanks that the Vice Mayor already shared. And, you know, this is a big ask of council. And so my questions will really focus on the supporting data. For council really to say tonight or at a future meeting that this is something we can support. So I'm going to jump around a little. I was taking notes just based on the already asked questions. But with regards to, for example, retroactive searches, how often will we audit the system? Because you talk about, you know, for an officer to actually use the system, they need to enter certain information. There has to be an active case. So there are all these checks and balances. But how often will we really audit the system to ensure it's not being abused?
Well, as I stated earlier, audits will be conducted personally in-house every 6 months.
Okay.
And that's in addition to the audits that are randomly done by the California Department of Justice.
Okay. So someone could be abusing just the 6-month process during the 6 months, and then at the end of the 6 months, when we do our own audit, that's when it could be potentially caught.
That is correct. Yes. I would hope that in the 6 months leading up to that, that there will be other red flags that we would notice so that we wouldn't wait 6 months to find that we have a problem.
Like what kind of red flags?
Maybe getting complaints from our residents, having an excessive force complaint, any sort of thing that would kind of raise our attention to that particular officer. There are several different red flags, and that's why we have an internal affairs investigation process for that reason.
Okay. And then you mentioned that the third-party auditor option would not be feasible or recommended because of confidential information. Is it possible to have hire a third-party independent auditor that would be bound by confidentiality terms, that we could ensure that they keep this information confidential?
No, DOJ would not allow such an intrusion into the system by a third-party non-law enforcement official.
Okay, so no other cities have a third-party auditor doing this, or not allowed to?
Not to my knowledge. And Hector, I don't know if I have not heard of one.
As the chief mentioned, there's CGIS data in the system, right? So hot list alerts, et cetera, which necessitate a law enforcement agency to be contracted out in most cases.
Okay. And then what data are you relying on to support the premise that we'd be able to increase our solvability rate? But was it 3 times? I think you said to the vice mayor. What data are we relying on?
Let's see. I think I have it here. Okay, so I gave you some of the information, but let me break it down even more granular. So in 2022, we had 63 cases of 488, which is PC, which is petty theft. Of those 63 cases, we had 4 arrests and 3 complaints were sent to the DA. So that gives a solvability factor of about 11%. Of the 487 PC or grand theft cases, we had 91 in 2022. That resulted in 4 arrests and 1 complaint was sent to the DA. So I used actual data that we had available to us from our system from 2022. And, as I stated, I don't want to regurgitate everything, but those are very low rates. And there are a couple of factors that come into play here. In 2022, one of our 2 detectives was off for an extended period of time. And yes, we only have 2 detectives. Now we actually only have 1, and he's sitting in here. So you can imagine with the number of crimes that we're investigating, we are grossly understaffed. And it's not from a lack of trying. And I am hiring for anyone online that's listening or anyone in this room. But this is the whole reason why I need to give my officers the tools that they need to be more effective in their jobs. And also, I've said this many times at many different community meetings. I don't care if we only have 1 burglary. That's 1 too many. And for the people in our city that have been victimized, they all feel the same way. When someone intrudes upon your personal and private property, it is not a good feeling. When people are losing thousands and hundreds of thousands of dollars in property that they have worked hard for me, that is unacceptable. So anything that I can do to prevent that, or after the fact to get suspects identified, to either recover the property or to charge them in those cases, that's what I'm here for.
So thanks for the data on the number of crimes that we're aiming to increase the solvability and the number of arrests. But my question was more, what's the data that you're relying on to show that the ALPR would be effective in increasing the solvability?
I gotcha. Okay. So I do have some limited data from other agencies that show the effectiveness of this technology. So in Los Gatos, Monte Sereno, which has about 17 cameras right now. In the year 2021, they had 21 vehicles that were reported. I'm sorry, in the year 2021, they had 40 vehicles that were reported stolen to their agency. After they got the cameras in 2022, that number decreased to 32. As it relates to stolen vehicles recovered, in the year 2021, they recovered 10 stolen vehicles. After getting the cameras in 2022, they recovered 53 stolen vehicles. So I'd say that's a significant number there. Vacaville PD, they reported, they reported a 33% decrease in reported vehicle thefts after getting the cameras, and a 35% increase in arrests related to vehicle thefts. To highlight an agency that's in Southern California, I just threw this in there. San Marino PD, they reported a 70% decrease in residential burglaries and a 19% decrease in Part 1 crimes, which are usually violent crimes. So there is data out there. Am I the expert? Do I have all of the data? I don't. But in my opinion, and all the research that I've done and talking to other agencies, everyone says that it's an effective tool because it really helps us to focus our investigative efforts.
No, and I appreciate that. And it's interesting with data because to really appreciate those numbers and the decrease that happened in those particular years, as you said, criminal activity is cyclical.
Yes.
And so it'd be good to even understand what happened in the 5 years prior to that to see if it really is directly correlated with the cameras.
Well, and to that point, if I may interrupt, this is a very glaring reason why we desperately need a crime analyst.
I support that. That's a good idea.
You all heard that, right?
She did. And that was
you asked for an FT. That's not on the agenda.
Well done.
Slip it in.
And then, well, speaking of a new criminal analyst or crime analyst, if that's the better title, you talked about the fact that we're short-staffed. And my understanding is, yes, this tool would obviously be placed throughout the community and you wouldn't need a human being driving around with the manual ALPR. But my understanding is to actually analyze, read, track the data, you actually need staff to do that.
That's correct.
And so I'm trying to reconcile saying we're short-staffed, so we need the ALPRs, but on the other hand, don't we need staff to actually benefit from the information it's generating?
And I'm really glad that you asked that question because I had a feeling that it would come up. So yes, it's definitely a delicate balance, right? Because this is for sure going to increase our workload, depending on how many hits we get and how many investigative follow-ups we need to do related to the data. One of the things that I did as the police chief was I got the entire organization more involved in the organization, right? So getting rid of silos or getting rid of, well, this is so-and-so's job, putting the responsibility on one single person just doesn't work for a small agency like ours. So I formed several different committees that are focused on different projects that we're currently working on. And that's the same concept that I'm going to use here. That, the phrase that it takes a village, well, it takes a department. And so we will have a team that will actively work on this. It is going to be an increase in workload, absolutely. But the, I guess the flip side of that is that if we don't get this technology, more of our cases are going to go unsolved. And why do I say that? Because I literally have one detective right now. And I can't see him having the ability, no offense, to carry a caseload of 200 plus cases per year. And that's really what it comes down to is that, we can't hire people fast enough to help fill in some of those gaps. And so what are some alternatives that we can use to kind of, multiply our resources? And I feel like this is one of those effective tools.
Okay. And then can you talk about the $75,000 and what that covers and whether or not there would be additional costs associated with the city deciding to acquire these ALPRs?
So as far as the cost, I don't have the quote in front of me, but I know if we go with the Flock vendor, that they do take care of installing the cameras and the upkeep of them. We would not be responsible for that. Um, as it relates to, just for a comparison, let's say that we spend up to $75,000 to get these cameras. In comparison, it takes about $195,000 per year to get to hire a police officer. So that's a significant difference in price there. So this is kind of a discount. I'm just kidding. But Hector, if you'd like to chime in, that would be great.
Yeah, that's correct. Flock Safety is a software as a service type of model. So that $75,000 would include the permitting, installation, and maintenance of the hardware. So if anything happens to any camera, we will have a technician. We have full-time Flock employees in region that are serve as technicians for us that will, within 48 hours, replace those cameras so they're back up and running. On the back end, that also includes unlimited seats to the software to any officer that has the right to know or to have that access, as well as any updates to the software as they are made.
Wait, has Flock submitted a proposal?
Yes.
They have.
Yes.
Okay. Are they the only vendor that has submitted a proposal?
So far, yes. And let me explain why. Part of the reason why I'm so interested in Flock is most of the agencies in the Bay Area are using Flock. And one of the reasons is that the data is purged every 30 days, unless we choose to raise that number, which I know we're not going to. But B, they don't sell the data to third parties. And some of the other ALPR companies sell their data to like tow truck companies. Well, I don't think that's appropriate. I don't know how they get away with it, but it's important to know that we own the data and that we control the data and that we are being mindful and thoughtful about our handling and storage of the data.
And then, thank you. And then going back to the 75,000, because based on what the Flock representative said, he described how the 75,000 will be distributed, based on the services and the type of work they would do. But when I asked about additional costs, staff costs, operational costs, because what I'm understanding from other agencies is it costs the agency so much more than what you're paying the actual vendor for the tool. And so do you have a breakdown, a projected amount about what additional cost or taxpayers would have to pay for this service?
Well, I mean, I think this goes back to the team concept and how one single person is not going to necessarily be involved with the day-to-day operations of it. Is it going to take staff time? Absolutely. Do I have the cost? I don't. And part of the reason, or the associated cost, I don't have that because we don't know. I really don't think that we're going to know unless or until we get the cameras, because then we can gauge how many hits we're getting, how we're going to manage that, how many people we need to kind of manage the system. I actually have one of our communications dispatchers here. She's still hanging in there. And she per diems at another agency. And what was the number that you gave me? 6 hits in like 10 hours or something like that?
In one shift, probably the most I've had has been 6 or 7 hits that we had to run and then broadcast to the officers, and they patrolled and looked around for the vehicle.
So I don't think that is an exorbitant amount of hits. I don't think that it's going to cause so much extra staff time that it's going to have a severe impact. Because as it stands right now, our officers are currently out there in the field driving around looking for, stolen vehicles and doing their jobs. I just think, again, that this technology helps them to focus and to direct their attention better than just driving around in circles, basically.
And last question for now, Mayor. Would it help if we looked at, and I know you included a letter from Atherton, what other costs cities are incurring that have the ALPR? Because for me, it's important to understand the total cost, the data supporting the effectiveness. So I want to make sure, and that's not here. And so I wonder if that would be helpful to look at what other cities are expending in addition to, since you don't have it, and we're
Absolutely.
estimating, if that would be helpful.
Just for clarity, are we asking for a person hour report, how much time officers are spending on this now? 'Cause unless we get into, and we may, some type of overtime detail or something like that, we wouldn't be incurring additional costs. We'd be apportioning an officer's time differently, but not necessarily incurring a greater cost to do that. So just for clarity, are we asking for a man-hour report?
Yeah. So a good example is Los Altos Hills with the Sheriff's Department's report, where they were able to explain the breakdown of the cost. And I think that's something we should look at, to say, in addition to what they were paying the vendor, this is the additional cost that the Sheriff's Department has incurred as a result of the ALPR. And I'm very familiar with the Sheriff's Department. I know how they operate. I know they're different from the PD, but I know there's data out there that we can look to and learn from to really appreciate the full cost to the city.
So
And sorry, go ahead.
obviously, we would be happy to do that. It sounds like there's a document out there that we could look at to read. Okay.
And I'm thinking that's just one example. Thank you, Mayor, for now. Thank you.
Okay. So some of my questions have obviously been asked already. Thank you, Chief, for the presentation and for answering the questions. I want to pick up on the staffing one, though, because it occurred to me too, but I looked at it, let me just poke at it from a slightly different angle. So if we're understaffed now and our officers are going to have to spend a certain amount of time on these hits, and then actually the Los Altos Hills data showed, I mean, so they actually have the ability to expand their pool, they just pay for more hours, if I understood how it works for them. We don't. We have a finite source.
That's correct.
And so they ended up spending over $50,000 more in the year that they had it, and they usually got a rebate from their budget, not rebate, but they underspent their budget, and this was over and was about $55,000, but they could do that by the nature of the arrangement they have. But so we can't do that. So my question is. Bless you. And this kind of goes to what the city manager was just saying. We will have an opportunity cost because our officers are a fixed resource. So if they're, and from what I've seen, the numbers of hits are large. So if our officers are not spending their time on this, what I want to understand is what won't they be spending their time on? So what's the opportunity cost? And so, so the question to me gets down to what is this technology good at and what isn't it so good at? Because I don't feel that I necessarily, because I also thought, again, Los Altos Hills is just one city and it's different, but I thought they actually didn't solve any burglaries with this technology there, and I don't have the data in front of me. But so what do we expect it to be good at? And I think you've talked about grand thefts, stolen vehicles, and burglaries, but I don't think Los Altos Hills saw an improvement in burglaries. And what wouldn't we expect it to be good at? And what's the opportunity cost from our finite resources? What won't our officers be doing that they're doing now because they're looking for license plates that have triggered a hit?
Well, let me kind of redirect that last part about the opportunity cost, because the priority is always the calls that we receive from our residents, right? Especially the high priority calls. Those always take precedence regardless of however many ALPR hits we get. However, it doesn't change the fact that our officers have a job to do, right? So So let's say a hypothetical that they get, 10 hits over a 10-hour period in their shift. Well, if they're tied up on something else, they're certainly not going to leave that call for service or leave whatever, investigation they're working on to go chase down a lead from a hit. So I just want to make that clear. It also, depending on how many hits we get, it is also not reasonable or feasible to expect that we're going to be able to follow up on every hit, right? Because what if we find out, wow, we have so many more stolen vehicles traversing through our city than we ever imagined?
Right.
That's an absolute possibility. What we have to do is manage our resources more effectively. And that's all kind of what this comes back to, is having the ability to manage our resources properly and prioritizing what is a priority and what is not a priority. And if it comes down to, is chasing down this stolen vehicle a priority, or is it this juvenile that was just hit by a car that's on a bicycle, right? Well, obviously the juvenile that's been hit by a vehicle, that takes our priority. So that is still in place. That doesn't change. That doesn't change the way that we operate. We still have policies and procedures in place that we follow. So the opportunity cost, I don't believe, if we manage it correctly, is going to be any different than what it is now. Now, as far as what is Flock good at, well, it sounds like it's really good at reading license plates. I mean, that's what it's designed to do, right? It takes a picture of the license plate and compares it to the hot lists that are in the system, and then it sends real-time alerts. And the reason why that's so critical is because real-time alerts, that's real-life information happening right now, as opposed to a track flyer that I mentioned earlier, where the information could be stale. This track flyer could have been generated earlier today, and that vehicle may have already been contacted and the persons may have been arrested. The car could have been towed. There's no update usually to the track flyer unless it's some serious violent crime. So the real-time information, I think, is critical. Also, I'll give you an example. We've had, in the last 6 weeks, we've had 2 major injury hit and run collisions with extremely scant suspect vehicle information. In the first one, we were able to piece together that it was a silver Prius, and we put out information about that. In the second one, I don't think we were able to identify the vehicle at all. So imagine if we had the ability after the fact to search cameras to narrow down our search. And so I actually think instead of increasing our staff time and adding more of a burden, I think it actually makes us more efficient, because we're more focused on the task at hand. And so, as it stands right now, an officer can just drive around the city all day long and wait for the next call and never find a vehicle that's stolen or that's involved in some sort of criminal activity. But imagine now that that officer has this extra tool and they get a hit and they're like, hey, this car was used in a carjacking. Well, that's going to take a priority in that moment, as long as no other important calls are pending in our city. And so I think it really comes down to us having the ability to reactively and proactively respond to crime, and just keeping our community safe. I mean, really, at the end of the day, that is the ultimate goal of acquiring this technology.
Thank you. And then I think I saw somewhere, but I can't pull it up and read it precisely, but an individual can request that their license plate be removed. What does that mean?
Yes, that's correct.
How
So
does that work?
there is an opt-out option available for individuals that don't want their plates to be read. That is correct.
How does that work? How does the scanner, it sees the plate and just says, "Oh, never mind," or?
I'll let Hector answer that one.
The councilwoman kind of got to the gist of it. Basically, good guess. Kind of what the machine learning will do in that instance is that it will see the license plate. It verifies, it says, okay, this is on that list, that white list for vehicles to not scan, and it will automatically delete that image and not upload it to the cloud. I think the chief can give you a little bit more information here. As far as policing, though, that there is some pros and cons to that. You may, the person requesting to be whitelisted may be the victim of a crime at some point. So it's something that we caution cities doing. only for that purpose, right? You want to make sure that everyone's protected and included there. But I'm just kind of giving you that as background information.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'm going to stop my questions here, and I want to go to public comment. Now, I see Councilmember Liang, you have your hand up. Can you tell me what you want? Because I really do want to get to public comment.
I do too. I noticed that the representative wanted to speak a couple of times. I think he obviously he has information on other cities and can address some of the questions that were raised earlier regarding additional costs or how this applies to other cities. So I'd like to also hear from him on those, if he wanted to address that item, because I think that's important for us to capture now as we make decisions going forward.
I'm not sure.
Mr. Solomon Valdez, would you be able to answer some of, I think, Councilmember Clark?
Well, can I just interject? So I don't do well hearing data. So Councilmember, you say you don't do well unless you can read data. I don't do well when someone reads data to me. So I need to have it in front of me. So I will not, and probably some members of the public and maybe other members of council. So I really don't just want him to start quoting numbers at us. I think if we get into the discussion and we find we want more information, I really would like that, but I need it in writing. I just can't listen to numbers flying around. So Mr. Solomon Valdez, what is your response to the little dialogue we've just had? Can you relay information some other time, some other way?
Yeah, no worries. I was going to add color at one point on the man hours and just kind of how the system works there, but not an issue. We can continue.
All right. I'd rather do that than entertain the dialogue on this at the moment. So with that, I'm going to open to public comment. So if anyone virtually, I see a couple hands, so please start raising your hands. I have 4 cards here in chambers, and I suspect that's probably nobody. Everyone who wants to speak here has given me a card, right? Yes. Nobody come running up. Okay. And so I've got 4, City Clerk, and what do you have? You've got 7, so we've got 11. So I'm going to give everyone 2 minutes. It's late and we've got quite a few speakers. So, all right, I'm going to start with I'm going to give you our order here. Mr. Hyman, who's been patiently waiting, and I wonder would it make sense to give him a microphone in case it's difficult. You can come up? Okay. So we're going to start with Mr. Hyman, followed by Kim Mosley, and then Janine Valadez, and lastly will be Tanya Maloof. You don't have to remember the order. I'm just giving you a heads up. And so, all right.
Well, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the City Council, thank you so much for this opportunity to address you. Firstly, I was not asked to be here. I'm here because I'm a 30-plus year resident and because I have experience as a police officer and as a judge in terms of not with this particular type of technology, but with respect to technology in general and with respect to proving cases and with respect to crime. And I've been a victim and I didn't like it. And I want people arrested and I want people prosecuted. And the only way they can be arrested is if you have evidence. And this is a technology. I appreciate the concerns that have been expressed by many in terms of privacy and the like. The Vallejo protocols, the way they address this is with protocols, and the protocols in Vallejo were vetted by the ACLU, and no one vets privacy the way the ACLU does. So if our protocol can be based upon something similar to that that's been approved, I think that is should satisfy the majority of people that have concerns. I think with respect to opportunity cost that's been a concern, I think from my experience, where most of that's going to come out of is from patrol. So in other words, people are driving around in between their calls. So that's where they'll be doing less of that, I think, in order to do the other administrative kinds of things that they need to do. The other thing is, I trust our police chief. She's been vetted by the city manager. She's been vetted by you, other than Mr. Daly, who I believe wasn't on council when she was hired. You want certain information she doesn't have. I'm sure she's going to get it to you. I trust her. She's concerned about the kinds of things that you're concerned about. And I think ultimately she's going to have the information for you that you need. And at some point, I encourage you to get this technology. The majority of the county is using it, and we need to be part of that network. Thank you for this opportunity to address you.
Thank you, Mr. Hyman, and for sticking with us for such an enlivening evening.
Well, believe me, court meetings are nearly as interesting.
All right, Ms. Mosley.
Good evening. I made a few notes here at this hour so that I don't forget anything. Again, Kim Mosley, president of the Los Altos Chamber of Commerce. I'm here this evening to express support of the license plate reader program proposed by our Chief of Police, Angela Everett. I represent over 400 local businesses and nonprofit organizations here in Los Altos as the voice of business. The Chamber Board of Directors and the Chamber of Commerce membership support this request and ask you to approve the one-year pilot program as requested. In the past 6 months, there's been a significant increase in crime in Los Altos, especially in our business districts. Recent crime has included break-ins, burglaries, and robberies. These crimes impact business owners, staff, and residents. Crimes are violations that are personally traumatic events. And this is a tool that can help us to solve these problems. It's important to note that Los Altos is one of the last 4 communities in our region to approve of these readers, and criminals are aware of which communities do not yet have these readers and do target those communities. Los Altos Hills has successfully added these readers, and I recently spoke with one of the Los Altos Hills council members that had voted against the readers, and she said to me, Kim, I got that one wrong. The Los Altos Chamber of Commerce supports a strong and vibrant community that welcomes residents and visitors community. We believe that our police chief will implement a pilot program. This is a learning process that we all will go through that addresses crime and protects our community in a non-discriminatory fashion while keeping our personal information safe. With that, I would ask each of you as council members to get this right and approve the license plate reader program.
Thank you, Ms. Mosley. All right, Ms. Valadez.
Hello, excuse me. Hello, my name is Janine Valadez. I'm speaking as a member of the public and not as a park commissioner. You've read and are going to hear a lot of comment in favor of ALPRs based on what really amounts to little more than a bunch of anecdotal cases and single points in time or single years. When we actually looked at the data, it's quite variable, very hard to determine trends. You also have read and will hear, hopefully tonight, some comments not in favor of this pilot or ALPRs in general by my colleagues in Los Altos for Racial Equity, which is a data-driven advocacy collective, and other like-minded commenters. I support these latter voices because the issues are many, up to and including potential Fourth Amendment issues. My comment will try to distill my position to a simple analog about error rate. It is a well-known fact that ALPR systems, even FLOC, both technologically and in usage, policy or lack of policy, or loophole-ridden policy and lack of independent auditing, true independent auditing, are riddled with a high error rate. If you consider property crime as a variable representing human error rate, i.e. there is an incident, a crime, with a cost both tangible and intangible, most property crime is done with a person not at home, so you could say its tangible costs are high, but its intangible costs may be lower. then why would we consider spending a ton of money, including tech and people, on a high error rate system of ALPRs to solve a crime rate, like property crime, that is lower than the error rate of the surveillance in Los Altos? When ALPR systems fail, the cost of error against humans have low tangible cost, of course, but the negative life-changing impact of the intangible costs resulting from mis-ID or misuse overwhelm the minimal and questionable quantitative value of the ALPR system. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Valdez. Tanya Maloof.
I can say good morning.
Yes, you can. Oh, well, actually, all speakers.
Good morning, Mayor Meadows, Vice Mayor Weinberg, and fellow council members. I'm speaking today as a resident of Los Altos. I am part of Los Altos for Racial Equity, which was previously mentioned, so I'm not speaking in that capacity. Errors. There are misread plates. They switched the 7 for the 2 was one example. Rental cars, if they're not returned, they get put into the stolen car database. If it's not updated, then you have a family who is out and about in a rental car and gets stopped with guns drawn, thinking that this is a hit. Cars are stolen, they're returned, the database isn't updated, scenario repeats again. I would encourage strong policy, which has already been talked about. We need a public forum, which was apparently part of a policy, and then items were changed from the town hall. So that needs to be an important part if this is going to go forward. And I strongly recommend that an independent auditor is looked into. I do think that that is something that's available. And finally, for Los Altos Hills, they have the 40 flock cameras for 2 years, 0 burglary cases solved. Cost them $224,000 to make 7 arrests, or $32,000 per arrest. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Maloof. So that's it for Chambers. Actually, is Angel on? Oh, he's back. Okay. Okay, so yeah, because so City Clerk, we're going over to you to take our virtual public comments.
Thank you, Mayor. And yes, I am back. Our first speaker is Curtis Cole. Curtis, are you there?
Yes, and hopefully my internet will stay stable. Good.
And we can hear you.
Great. Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and night owls of the Los Altos City. I support the chief and the pilot project. I like the chief's phrase of resource multiplier to capture our desire to improve our community policing with our limited resources. And I think the modified policies follow a best design model. These policies hopefully address the concerns about misuse or error rates. Remember, police officers also misread license plates as well. So you have policy checks throughout the process to make sure that you don't have, of course, police officers drawing guns on citizens. A pilot program allows us to trial and improve these policies and measure the system's usefulness. Now, my neighborhood installed 2 flock cameras on private property last year after break-ins. It was deeply concerning to have break-ins occur while people were in the home with the burglars. Flock is widely supported in our neighborhood, with a supermajority of households contributing money to the annual fees. We're hoping in our neighborhood to see both crime deterrence and investigation support. Luckily, we've had no crimes since then. I offer 2 enhancements to the staff recommendation. Number 1 observes, as other people have said, I think crime data is very, very noisy and there are wide variations from year to year. So a 1-year pilot is problematic. while you might review the program in a year, I recommend you're going to want to expect something for longer than that to evaluate the system. And you might have to look at aspects other than a drop in burglary rates, for example. I like this chief's suggestion that it's the number of crimes that are actually, or rather I should say solved, or at least the number of arrests made per crime reported, for example. Second thing is I'd ask you to authorize the chief to start.
Thank you, Mr. Cole. That's
By 2 minutes. All right.
your 2 minutes. Yes. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Myra Orta. Myra, are you there?
Yes, yes, I'm here. Myra.
Perfect. We can hear you, Myra.
Okay, thank you very much for allowing me to speak. We are residents of Los Altos for over 55 years. Our home was broken into and robbed while we were gone in 2019. Now, our burglar alarm went off and it made a huge noise, and the burglars didn't care. You have 2 minutes. The police were notified and we were notified, but they came in anyway. They entered the unlocked gate, they smashed the sliding door, and they went into my master bedroom and they stole stuff that could never be replaced because I had it in one large box that they ran off with. This is not plate readers. We had surveillance cameras that couldn't catch the license plate. And they had parked up the street. Perhaps they would have been caught if there was the license plate reader on St. Joseph Avenue, which is where they ran out from. Now, a few days later, Rishi Kumar, who is a mayor or some city official from Saratoga, came over to speak with us. He told us that they have license plate readers in Saratoga, and it cut down on home burglaries by 40 to 60%. Now, what the point I wanted to make is that these readers are a deterrence. If the burglar knows there's these readers in the city, they're going to stay away. And that's what Rishi Kumar from Saratoga tried to tell us, that it keeps the burglars out. So it really helps your statistics to put the crime down. Now, I just want to give you an idea of how I felt when they went through my underwear drawer looking for my jewelry. And they, okay.
Thank you, Ms. Orta. City Clerk?
Yes, Mayor. Our next speaker is Brian Jones.
Thank you, Council. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Like many residents of Los Altos, I've had the privilege of spending most of my life not worrying about the police. And like many residents of Los Altos over the last few years, I've come to understand a lot more about the experiences of people of color that people of color have with law enforcement. I've learned, as many folks have known for years, many folks I'm sure are shaking their heads that we're only figuring this out now, that every new tool given to the police has the potential for abuse, and that somewhere at some time that abuse will take place, and that people of color will usually take the brunt of it. So we need to be very deliberate and cautious about granting the police extra powers. In the case of ALPRs, we're creating a powerful database that can be misused, that has little to no empirically demonstrated effect on crime, and is extremely expensive. The experience of our neighbors in Los Altos Hills suggests that the total cost, including officer time, is roughly double that of flock fees. And I think Mayor Meadows makes a great point that even though our costs are capped, that means there'll be opportunity cost elsewhere. Furthermore, analysis of the data from Los Altos Hills that I've done and I'm happy to share with anyone confirms what other studies, like one in Piedmont in the East Bay, show. There's no evidence that ALPRs reduce crime. There's no published papers that demonstrate this, no peer-reviewed journals that unequivocally show that the kinds of reductions in crimes that are anecdotally talked about actually occur. There's no evidence that they serve as a deterrent. Based on the results in all these other jurisdictions, a tripling of the solvability rate would be highly unlikely. The success stories are all anecdotes, and for every positive anecdote, there's another negative outcome where innocent people end up in traumatic situations. This seems to be a very high price to pay for a system whose efficacy can only be measured in anecdotes and demands from all of us an intrusion into our civil liberties. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Jones.
Our next speaker is Renee Rashid.
Hi, I'm Renee Rashid, and I'm speaking tonight on behalf of Los Altos for Racial Equity, or LAIR. LAIR believes that changes in policing should be rooted in research and be proven to deliver positive benefits to the members of society while minimizing harm. We have tried to analyze ALPRs with this thinking and have submitted an email to public comment with our findings. The stated goal for implementing ALPRs is a worthy one: to increase our clearance rate of property crimes, meaning let's find and arrest the people that commit burglaries, robberies, vehicle thefts, etc. Our current clearance rate for property crime, as Chief mentioned, is extremely low, 4%, but that has remained that way over the last 6 years, not just 2022. So we definitely need to improve that. But unfortunately, there is no data to show that ALPRs would be an effective tool to achieve this goal, or in fact serve as a deterrent to crime. And actually, the 37% rate in the field for ALPR hits could instead cause a lot of harm to innocent civilians and cause wasted time for the PD. And yes, that 37% error rate was reported in Police Chief magazine. The stories of Saratoga and Los Gatos sound miraculous, but the research and data we have seen show otherwise. The police chief of Atherton has written a glowing recommendation without providing any specific data at all. We would love to see the data. Our proposed policy changes for ALPRs still have many loopholes and points of concern as well. We couldn't find anywhere that it was vetted by the ACLU, so we would love to see evidence that the ACLU has vetted that policy. The ALPR system not only comes at a significant monetary cost, but a significant cost to our civil liberties, moving us closer to a surveillance society. If we want to arrest those engaging in property crimes, it makes more sense to hire a detective or analyst or additional staff that would actually make that happen. Let's use the right tool for the job. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rashid.
Our next speaker, Roberta Phillips.
Hi, good evening. This is Roberta Phillips. I'm calling to support the license plate readers. I think that we really do need to trust our police and our new police chief, that they're going to have integrity. They were very clear on what it could be used for and what it couldn't be used for. And, you know, I know there are some people that don't trust the police, but I think that we have an excellent police department in Los Altos, and I would urge City Council to approve this pilot program to take effect immediately. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Phillips.
Our next speaker is Cindy Sidras.
Good morning. Thank you for letting me speak. I'm a longtime resident of Los Altos, and I agree with the position by Los Altos for Altoans for racial equity. I urge the City Council to not approve the current proposal for ALPR pilot program. That the cities of Los Altos, Cupertino, and Palo Alto are the only cities in Santa Clara not using ALPRs is not sufficient justification for the program. I sent in a long written comment with many more questions that I think the council needs to address and understand before proceeding with any ALPR program. So I request the council to not approve this proposal today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sedaris.
Our next speaker, Scott Spielman.
Thank you, Council, and thank you, Chief of Police. I'm calling because 2 weeks ago, the catalytic converter from my car was stolen in front of my home, And I came to find out that there have been 3 incidents in my neighborhood in the last year, 2 catalytic converters within 6 months. We live on a cul-de-sac. And I learned as well when I talked to my insurance agent that since November, they've been getting 6 calls a day for the theft of catalytic converters. There's a dramatic increase in car crimes throughout this area and car break-ins. The criminals are intelligent. Our city lacks license readers. We have street light, we lack street lights. We have an elderly population that needs protection, and our police department is lean. This proposal only has 2 drawbacks that people have noted. The possibility of racial profiling, I think that's answered by it just reads the license. And secondly, that there's a loss of privacy, and I believe that that can be identified and people can opt out. Now we have a highly regarded police chief with many years of proven experience and expertise. I think she knows best. She gave an excellent presentation tonight, and I would urge you to listen to her. Council, if you do not accept this, you're going to send a message to the residents that public safety is not a priority. This is such a small investment when you look at the other things that we've considered, like almost $40 million for a community center. This is a small investment to protect the people of Los Altos. Please consider trying it. You have very little to lose.
Thank you, Mr. Spielman.
Our final speaker is Maureen Griffin. Maureen, are you there?
Hello, I am a long-term resident of Los Altos. I too looked at the ACL webpage about ALPR. I agree that the ACLU protocols for law enforcement agencies are among the stringent. As technology spreads, the ACLU calls for the adoption of legislation. As we know, in America, legislation always lags behind technology. What state and federal laws have been implemented to protect data from ALPR? I have many concerns about data privacy, and I won't go into them. And yes, I did work in the legal department at McAfee for legal privacy. I do have other questions, like I said, but I'm going to just summarize this quickly and say I oppose the 1-year pilot program for ALPR cameras in Los Altos. And I do believe that it's short-sighted of us to believe that people won't abuse a system like this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Griffin.
Mayor, I see no one else with their hands raised.
Okay, great. We'll end public comment. So for my colleagues, as you know, we have 3 policy questions in front of us, but I'm going to ask a different question first, which is, are you personally able to make a decision tonight, or do you prefer to ask for more information? So you don't have to tell me which way your decision would go, because I want to, if everyone is thinks they can get to a decision point tonight, then we'll just work towards that. But if most of you think that you need more information, then we're going to work towards direction. So that's why I'm taking this poll. Which of you would like to volunteer to answer the question?
And Mayor, I'm happy to answer the question. You just want to know if I would need more information before making a decision. My answer to that question is yes.
So in other words, no decision tonight, in your opinion, because you need more information. Okay.
Yes.
Other members?
Same.
Okay, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Daley.
I can make a decision tonight.
You can make a decision tonight. Councilmember Liang.
I can make a decision tonight.
Okay, and I actually feel like I need more information too, and yeah, I think, never mind, I won't opine on the decisions. So, so I want us to focus on what we've heard and what else we think we need, since many of us, or some of us, are not able to make a decision tonight. And when it's your turn, if you think you are able to make a decision, then you can go ahead and explain why, but I think also take the opportunity to express, if there were more time, what else you would like to hear. So who would like to go first? Councilmember Daley, and don't forget your microphone.
So I support this pilot program. I actually campaigned on many things, but one of the things that I learned while I was campaigning is that, property crimes, public safety, these are things that all our residents are really, really they're really concerned about. I take privacy concerns really seriously too. I've taken the opportunity to talk to members of Los Altos for Racial Equity. I've taken the opportunity to talk to the chief many times. I've taken the opportunity to talk to 2 chiefs of other towns as well. Let me say this about the privacy concerns. If you have a cell phone, then there are many parties that have more information about you, your whereabouts, your comings and goings, your habits, and your proclivities than the police department will have with the Flock system. If you have apps on your cell phone, heaven forbid you should have Facebook on your cell phone and not have chosen to not provide Facebook your location data. Heaven forbid you should have TikTok, which is a Chinese company, and soon will not be allowed on the phones of any government employees. If you use MasterCard or Visa, they have more data on your comings and goings, whereabouts, proclivities, than this system will provide the police. We have heard that there isn't a lot of data showing that this system reduces crime. And we have heard that anecdotes are somehow insufficient. And I like to say normally that the plural of anecdote isn't data. But in this case, it really is, all right? And the notion that the Flock system is not going to help reduce crime is roughly tantamount to saying that prosecution and conviction don't reduce crime. Because the Flock system does aid in prosecution and conviction. And the anecdotes that we have are clear evidence that, at least in those cases, the system has been useful. Now, when it comes to equity, I believe that investing in the Flock system is an investment in equity. I would much rather have officers responding to a flagged license plate than have them making contact with residents based on something that isn't as definitive and objective. Now, in general, in police departments elsewhere around the country, there are instances where people might be pulled over for looking out of place. Not having the right color skin, or maybe their car is a little bit too beat up for the neighborhood that they're driving around in. All of those are fairly subjective. The Flock system is objective, as we've heard over and over again. And it's not going to be, over-indexed in its deployment in neighborhoods that are inhabited by people of color, right? It's actually going to be deployed on collector streets and in places where it can be the most useful from a tactical standpoint. Nobody's going to say, oh, well, let's put a bunch of Flock cameras around the affordable housing development. Okay, we're not going to allow that to happen, and that wouldn't be it just that's not an appropriate way to deploy the system, nor do we have a police department or a council or a city staff that would brook that in any way. So because I feel like our privacy is already is already jeopardized in ways that we don't normally think about by AT&T, Verizon, Apple, Google, Facebook, MasterCard, etc. And because I trust our police department far more than I trust TikTok or Facebook, I support this pilot, and I can make that decision tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. So the three policy questions, you've answered one, which is that you would approve the acquisition of the ALPR for implementation in the 2023-24 fiscal year. You, I don't think, addressed whether you would approve or make changes to the attached proposed policy. And or the third question is, do we wish to approve or make changes to the proposed pilot program?
So let me say something about the proposed policy. What we have heard tonight is that we have made a good faith effort to look at the different policies that are in use by different jurisdictions, and that we have found one from Vallejo that we think meets those concerns. I don't know now, nor will I know in 2 weeks when we have another meeting, whether or not that policy is going to necessarily satisfy all of our needs. But we're talking about a pilot, and I would bet that during the course of the pilot, we're going to identify areas where we need to strengthen our policy or change our policy. So I'm okay with that policy, especially because throughout the entire public comment, I didn't hear one person say, hey, here's a problem with that Vallejo policy. I've gone through it and I found that under paragraph 12 subsection C, there wasn't any of that, right? And if that comes forward, then we certainly have to evaluate it and whatnot. But at this point, I'm inclined to defer to the judgment of the experts on that particular issue. What was the third one, Mayor?
One was on the policy, and then one was on the proposed pilot program itself. So your answer is the same as you just said. Okay, got it. So who would like to go next? All right, Councilmember Flecker.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm glad I was able to listen to Councilmember Daly. And I do want to start out by saying, this decision before us is not about questioning whether or not any of the council members care about public safety or think public safety is a priority. I think if you ask any of us, either here in public or private, we'll tell you it is a priority. We know it's a priority for our community. We care about it, and we want to make sure that all our residents are safe and feel safe, and we're doing everything we can to protect them. It's also not about whether or not we like our police chief or trust our police chief, because we like her, we trust her. I smile every time a community member tells me how happy they are to have her here in Los Altos. So it has nothing to do with how we feel about our police chief. This is about, and I'm going to turn, a public speaker's words on her, where she said it's about getting it right. And it is about getting it right. It's about ensuring that before we make this big decision, incurring a minimum of $75,000 a year and more, as we know, we have the data supporting the decision, so that when we say, yes, we're going to do this for Los Altos, we understand what we're approving. And for me, Mayor, I have not heard or seen the data to support that decision tonight. And so I'll go through a couple of the things that for me, I would want staff to bring back for me to be comfortable making that decision for our community. The first thing obviously is to understand the full annual cost. It is more than $75,000. And I think we can benchmark neighbors within Santa Clara County, we may not have to go to San Mateo County, and figure out what that full cost looks like. Because as the fiduciaries of the city, when we're saying we're approving something, we need to have a full understanding of what that cost is, and it's not before us tonight. I think it's also important to understand the effectiveness of this tool. And for us to sit here and you know, people talk about anecdotes versus data. For us to approve this type of program that we know has the potential for abuse, that we know will infringe on civil liberties, and it is a big concern for many of our residents. We heard from an equal number of residents concerned about their privacy as we heard from residents concerned about crimes in their neighborhoods and crimes that have been committed against them. And I want to say to our residents that we hear you and we understand and we empathize with you. We know it must have been scary, and we're with you and we will support you and figure out what are the tools and staffing we need to ensure that these crimes get solved and we're able to reduce those numbers. And this may be a tool in the toolbox that your council decides to support. But before we get there, it's important for us to really understand, will this tool be effective in helping us get there, right? You know, we can read the sales pitch. We can talk about, oh, it's going to do these great things, but I would not want to approve a tool where we have our residents having these high expectations of it's going to solve so many things when it doesn't, and it won't. And so I would really be interested in seeing more data showing the effectiveness of this tool over a span of 3+ years and not just over a 1-year period, because there are other factors that could have contributed to the reduction in crime. I also would want, Mayor, more information on whether or not we could have an independent auditor, because I have heard, and I don't know the answer to this, but I have heard that some jurisdictions do have an independent auditor, and it could be a law enforcement agency. I don't know, but I would be interested in getting more information on whether or not that exists. And I wasn't the flock representative, the vendor's representative said in most cases it wasn't complete. So I really think we need more information there. On staffing, I do think we need to understand how this will impact staffing. Because although the chief explained that, you know, responding to residents will continue to be a priority, we need to understand we're investing all this money in this tool. Responding to our residents should remain a priority, but then are we going to spend $75,000 plus on a tool, then that doesn't get used. And so I really want to understand the staffing that will be required to support having this tool, because I don't want the tool to just sit on the shelf, and what that staffing looks like. And whether or not we have the staffing, and if not, I know the chief already made a pitch for additional FTEs. I think that has to be part of the discussion, because it will tie into the effectiveness, the usefulness of the tool, and also for us to understand the full cost if there's additional staffing necessary to deploy and use this tool. Councilmember Daly mentioned 2 things I just wanted to respond to. One, it's, you know, where these devices will be deployed. We don't know. I don't think we've heard from staff where these devices will be deployed. I am curious where they'll be deployed. I think that's important to understand as well. But let's not make assumptions of where they will be and where they won't be. And then, yes, this is a pilot, but as someone who has been around local government for years, I know many programs start out as pilots and they never end. And so for me, making the decision at a future meeting on whether or not I support this, I basically would be making the decision saying, you know, I approve the pilot, and unless there was something so glaring or concerning, I would have accepted the fact when I make that decision that this could be a long-term program, because that's how pilots really work. So for me, Mayor, those are the 3 or 4 things that I would need more information on to make a decision. And I think this is the right thing to do for the community. There's no reason that I've heard why we can't get that data so that everybody feels comfortable knowing now we know we have the information we need and we can make a decision based on the data. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Flagger. Councilmember Liang, did you want to go next? You said you thought you'd be able to make a decision. You want to walk us
Yes,
through
but I'd
that?
like to hear what information is requested from everyone else that stated that they needed more information. So I can let you guys go first.
All right, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a really uncomfortable technology for me. On the one hand, there's no question that we want to give our officers the tools that they need to be able to participate and respond to amber alerts, blue alerts, silver alerts, as well as keeping our community as safe as they're able to do. On the other hand, if we adopt the use of ALPRs, we are providing ourselves perhaps more security at the sacrifice of our privacy. I mean, there's no question that that's true. And it's concerning to me because this technology in particular has been used in inappropriate ways. It has been used to target legally protected classes of people. It's simply a fact, and any tool that we have can be misused, and it's been misused, and because of that history, I need additional information to know that we're not going to fall in, that we're not going to descend into a system whereby we are not protecting our society, protecting our citizens equitably. I agree with everything that Councilmember Flagger said. In addition to the information she wants, I would like to see an auditing policy that would also measure whether or not the technology is being used in a disparate manner. Of course, we want to make sure that it's being used lawfully. Of course, we want to make sure that the data is being accessed in accordance with our policies. But we could comply with the law and we could comply with our policies and still have a disparate impact in how the data is actually used. So I would like to see an auditing policy that accounts for that as well. I also want to know where the cameras are proposed to be placed. Like Councilmember Flagor, I was a little surprised when I heard my colleague Councilmember Daly say they're not going to be over-indexed in neighborhoods of communities of color. And I think that that's true, but I think that we can be reassured that that's true by knowing where the cameras are going to be placed. I think I also want to know exactly how many cameras are being proposed. So I understand that this has been an evolving process, and when the chief first had her public forum, they asked was for 10 cameras, now it's for up to 25. And I get that circumstances change, but is 10 enough? I mean, if 10's enough and it's going to be a lot less expensive than 25, why are we going to get up to 25? So I think those two things kind of go hand in hand. Where exactly are the cameras going to be placed? And what is the cost for each of the cameras that we're going to get? I'm sure that we will get better. I mean, of course, we're going to get better coverage if we have 25 cameras as opposed to 10. Do we need 25 cameras? Does it make sense to put our money into 25 cameras as opposed to 10 cameras? And does it make sense to put money into more cameras? That's another question that I need to have answered. The money for the cameras are going to come out of the general fund, and to the extent that staff is able to, and I know we ask this on just about every agenda item we have, and it's not always an easy thing to do, but since we are going to be taking up to $75,000 out of the general fund, I would like some specifics from staff as to what the opportunity cost is for the use of that money.
What are the CIPs that are likely to fall by the wayside or get delayed because of it? I also need to see a policy, a proposed policy that's not still in draft form. And quite frankly, I'm really almost shockingly disappointed in the Lexipol policy. I've looked at, I don't know, between 15 and 24 policies, proposed policies or actual policies. And the Lexipol policy is really, really bare bones. And so I'm going to ask staff to take a look at, of all places, the best template that I found, in my opinion, was from the Bureau of Justice Assistance. They have a report that was put out in February of 2017. I think that their draft model policy is comprehensive. It's not exhaustive, and it's going to have to be adjusted. It doesn't account for California law because it's a federal model, but it's designed to be adopted. In particular, I would ask staff to pay attention to sections L and M of that policy. It's easy to find if you Google Bureau of Justice Assistance License Plate Reader Policy Development Template. I'm sure it'll be one of the first things that comes up, or I can email it as well. But I was not expecting this document to be particularly useful. But in fact, I think that it provides an excellent tool to have a comprehensive policy that really will address a lot of the concerns that we're hearing from our community. I think that our policy also has to be updated so that we affirmatively state that we're not going to use mobile ALPR readers, or if we are going to use them, then we have to bring that part of the policy into alignment with the stationary ALPRs. And it's my understanding from the government code that mobile readers, that data from mobile readers has to be kept for 100 days rather than 90. If that's true, accommodate that, but either get rid of it altogether or bring it into alignment with what we're doing with the stationary ones as well. I trust the police department, and I think that the police department really does have the trust of the community. That trust is based on two things: professionalism and transparency. The department is now asking the community to trust it with a breach of our right to privacy. Convince me that ALPRs are effective. Councilmember Flagler spent a lot of time going over what's needed to do that. Convince me that they will help solve crimes and close cases. I want to give the department the tools it needs to provide us with the outstanding services that we deserve and expect as a community. For me, if ALPRs are in that tool chest, I need to see a proposed policy that's not in draft form, is transparent, and reflects the highest level of professionalism for which I know our department continually strives and succeeds in delivering to us every day.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Liang, did you want to go or you want to go last?
I can go last. Thank you.
All right. So I will give you my perspectives on this. I'm not to a yes tonight. So here's what I need to see. I completely agree with the Vice Mayor's comments about the policy. And I'm actually a little confused because I think it is an edited Lexipol policy, and yet we talked about Vallejo policy and ACLU weighing in on that, and so I really don't know what I'm looking at here. I'd like to see the Vallejo policy, which and I would like to see what the ACLU had to say about it, and so I'm not quite sure what sort of conglomeration we're looking at because we also had a 2013 policy as well, so I don't really know how much of this is really ACLU vetted, Vallejo vetted, 2013, Lexipol, whatever. So I'm very confused by the policy. Regarding the pilot program, I mean 10%, and I'm going to call it 10 percentage points increase insolvability would be huge from what I've seen. So the vice mayor said it's not a 10% increase, it's a 10 percentage points over where we're at now. And so that would be significant, but that's really all we had. So I'd really, for a pilot program, we traditionally spend quite a bit of time about talking about the specific parameters and what the thresholds are. We're looking for measures of success. And I'm not trying to say this pejoratively, but we had a lot more detail around our dog park, off-leash dog park pilot than we do. And I'm sitting here with former parks commissioners, so you know that. All we have is this 10% number. So I would really like to see, and actually, Chief, you verbalized a lot. You talked about grand theft and vehicles and burglary, but I need to see all the crimes, and I kind of would actually like to see whether we think this technology, so all the crimes we see in Los Altos, are we expecting this technology to have a high, medium, or low to no impact on it? So, because I know we've heard, we know there's crimes that this really doesn't do anything for, and there's others that it does, and I don't have that in front of me in what I'm looking at, so it's not put in the data. So I need more parameters around the pilot program. So a year from now, or whatever period of time we decide, what are we evaluating? So is it just the stolen vehicles, grand theft, burglary? But that's really, there's so many, that's just not enough. I think we can develop some stronger parameters. Also about the equity. So if we've done, what percent of our hits or the solvability involves equity issues too. So I don't think the pilot program is fleshed out to the level that we can do. And I know it's hard because it's a somewhat newer technology, but we can do more than this. I come from a field, people often say, well, there's no controlled experiment. Well, I came from biomedical research, and we did controlled experiments all the time. We're not going to get that here. I understand that. But with the variability that we've mentioned over and over again tonight, it's so hard to understand if we're seeing differences or not. One of the speakers mentioned claims made in Saratoga, which I think have not borne out when you read more objective analysis of what happened in Saratoga, and a lot of it was variation. And in fact, Los Altos Hills had their highest year of burglaries, I believe it was. Again, I don't have it open in front of me right now, but they actually had more burglaries than ever before the first year that they had the technology. Now, because we can't do the controlled experiment, maybe they would have quadrupled their burglary rate, and this really did a great job, but we can't do the controlled experiment with this technology. So I really think we need to have some more parameters and some ways of saying what we're going to measure for, and then how we're going to look at it a year later that acknowledge that we're not going to get the perfect data on this. So I don't have the solutions. I can't give you a list of what all that is, but those are my concerns. So I don't think the pilot has been defined at a significant enough level of granularity, and the policy I feel I need more information on. And again, I really would like a good feel for the crimes that we see in Los Altos. Where is this really going to be an advantage? Where is it maybe going to help, maybe not? And where is it really not going to do much? Because I think that would be informative for us as well as we measure the impact of crimes. And again, as Councilmember Flagler said, I'm so sorry for all of us and for all of you who spoke tonight who've experienced this. It's invasive and it's horrible. So we're going to try to do what we can, but we have to do it based on data. We we try to make data-driven decisions. And so I think with more information, we'll get closer to being able to do that. So I will stop there, and Councilmember Liang, it's your turn.
Thank you. I was ready to make a decision because some things we already have a lot of data that the chief shared with us. She spoke from her years of experience and her relationships she's had with other agencies. The chief has, when we talk about the policy and that it's a draft, if you look at the amount of edits that was made to this policy, the chief is not making the edits lightly. She's done it based on her knowledge and her efforts, her outreach, and her communications with other city members and other law enforcement agencies as well. Just like tonight, we had multiple reports that came before us that were redlined. And then what we did was we adopted those documents and made, so there has been substantial edits. So my concern when we're saying that we need more edits to this policy, I'm concerned about that. We're talking about trust. We're all saying, yes, we trust our chief, but yet we're saying that she didn't do a good job. So yes, I trust our chief. I trust our law enforcement members who will be trained, who will be given the oversight by our chief. And I don't think that we have to worry about abuse. Our law enforcement team has never made us question that any abuse has occurred within our law enforcement team. And to worry that there's abuse of the tool, that is just very troubling for me to hear. When we talk about other cities that have not adopted ALPRs, I spoke to other council members of those cities that did not adopt, that do not have ALPRs, and they will be addressing it soon because they stated that they have, that is their intention to have ALPRs in their cities. So that will be coming up on their agenda soon. The other thing is when other cities have started out with their pilots, they have all returned, and those who have started off with the small pilot have all came back and went for an increase on the amount of cameras that they had. So was I ready to make a decision? I wasn't ready to make a decision on the 10 cameras. I wanted to make sure that we did the best that we could. And when we had the pilot, we have to think about how other cities had placed their cameras. Yes, it's nice to have a map showing where cameras are, but that could have came back to me. But what is good to know is that other cities have placed the cameras in the entry points and exit points of their cities. You talked about making sure we had enough cameras in our shopping districts, and our shopping districts are safe. We have 7 shopping districts. We have more than 10 entry and exits into our cities. So of course, I believe that we're going to need the full amount of cameras, the 25 amount of cameras that was possibly proposed here. Because having those 25 cameras means 25 more sets of eyes on the street. When we talk about needing the staff, I think it's important to know that we have a member of our police force that does work at other jurisdictions. And she talked about how she was able to work on the number of hits. It's not that we are going to be short-staffed. We, like the chief said, it is a force multiplier. We are getting more staff by having more cameras within our city. When our cities, let's see, the image, and when we talk about making concerned about racial bias, if we didn't hear tonight, this is a truly objective tool. This has nothing to do with race. So this is not going to be a tool that's going to be used against individuals of color or a targeted segment of the population. This is just looking at license plates. So I am concerned that we're stating that we're concerned about privacy. Everybody has a cell phone. We've seen cell phones abuse privacy concerns all around the city and what people are doing with their cell phones. So was I ready to make a decision tonight? Yes, I was. And I think that we did have enough information to move forward.
Good. So council member, can I ask for clarification?
I would also like to say that I'd like to see this come back at the next council meeting, and I would hope it comes back at the next council meeting, because I don't think we should wait a long time before we make a decision on this, because I think there's a lot that we need to decide.
So council member, can I get some clarification? So you you supported the policy. You were a yes on going with the technology, and it sounds like you have no changes to suggest for the policy or the pilot program. Is that correct? So you were a yes across the board, like council member Daly.
Yes, but I would go for the full pilot of all the cameras needed.
Yes, that was, will determine what they need. But so, but we have 3 council members who I think want more information. So I suspect we need a motion to continue this to a date uncertain because we've asked for some information. City Manager, did you want to?
We have direction, Mayor. We'll bring it back. We don't need a motion to continue it.
Okay. All right. So, because we were pretty clear, I think.
We have 12 points, some with sub-bullet points that we will bring back.
Right. Well, you don't necessarily need all of them. But, okay. So I appreciate everyone participating. And I do want to just say, though, we shouldn't impugn anyone's motivations in the decisions that we made tonight. So asking for more data, which is often what council members do on other issues, we're doing our jobs as we see fit. It's got nothing to do with not trusting the chief and not appreciating her work. We're doing what we need to do to make sure that the community feels that we've looked at this carefully. So I just want to say that. And I appreciate everyone's participation and hanging in so long. So we will close this item then, because the city manager has direction. And the last 2 items are just informational items only, so we don't need to discuss them. And yes, thank you, Mr. Solomon Valdez. Great. And then council staff reports and directions on future agenda items. I would suggest, even though last time I told us all we should report, if we choose to report at the next meeting, we've ruined my batting average going till 1:20 a.m. But is there anything that anyone needs to report? Council members, colleagues? No? Okay, and city manager, yes.
I do have one thing. I'll keep it brief. Yes. Just letting council know it is now March 1st, so we're no longer under the emergency order locally with COVID or at the state level, though the federal emergency order remains in place.
Oh, so Councilmember Liang should have run over here at midnight. No, just kidding. I stole that joke from John Maginot, who always wants.
Yeah, you guys could have waited for me while I drove over there.
Yeah,
and then the meeting would have gone longer.
Right. And does council need to have an agenda item on that, or we're just?
No, Mayor.
Okay.
Council gave direction previously.
All right. Okay, good. So with that, thank you, everybody, and I'm going to adjourn this meeting.
Recording stopped.